All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to another stream where I'm playing everybody's
Good afternoon,
games.
everybody.
Oh no, the stream is not
Welcome
going on.
back to another stream where I'm.
Let's redo that. Hello. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to another stream where I'm playing through all the games of the Interstellar Game Jam 9. I'm your host for the stream, Shadow, and also the host of the Game Jam. Sorry for that intro before. That was my bad. Won't happen again, I swear. Uh, anyways, today we're going to be playing through another chunk of games. Let's move this over to the next screen here. It is. So where we last left off, we played from the Singularity Lounge all the way to Singularity. That was about 8 games. Some of these I played for a little bit too long. That was my fault. Um, I'll try to burn through some of these games as quick as I can, just to make sure that everybody gets a chance to be played. And by that I mean like not spend 30 minutes or whatever to to get through certain titles. That being said, I am gonna try to play catch up. So we're gonna be starting off obviously with Mr. B is Hungry and making our way all the way to escape the black hole. This should be in submission order. Let's just double check that we got that correct. Okay, so I think I have some of these mixed up over here. Whoops, my bad. Here we go. Right, so it'll be Mr. B's Hungry, Space Sonata, and moving on and trying to catch up all the way to escape the black hole. Because I mean, I don't know if we will be able to get to that one in time, but if we can get as close as possible, I do have it already queued up, ready to go over here. If we get there as close as possible, that'd be good. So that way we have less games to worry about for tomorrow's stream. Because we don't want to get backed up like way over here, like only play another 8 games and then end up like right over here or something, and then have like 20 games to catch up on tomorrow's stream. Even though tomorrow's stream is going to be earlier than today's and obviously yesterday's, I don't want to spend too much time tomorrow streaming a bunch of games. So I just want to make sure I get the order right. We divide zero after that, right? Okay, cool. So it should be, I think now it's in a good order now. Okay. Divide zero, divide zero. Interesting. It's two divided zero, and divide zero. I'm hearing good things about what divide zero. I don't know if that's this one or this one though. I'm guessing it's this one, but that's interesting. Back to back, two different games with very similar titles. And sure, a lot of people are making games about black holes, so you have Singularity kind of thrown a little bit like all over the place. But these are like the only two Divide Zero games, right? That's crazy how all the entries they were back to back. That's cool. So we'll try to make sure that we don't confuse the two of them. Because it looks like one's Divide Zero and the other one's Divided Zero. Um, But yeah, like always with all the streams, I will be playing through the entry for about 15 minutes or so, unless the game is super short. I'll be providing my first impressions, live reactions, some critical feedback, and some game jam tips along the way. Yeah, let's start off with Mr. B is Hungry. This one's a downloaded game, but before we get into that, we'll check out the jam page and all that. Yeah, Mr. B is Hungry. Susu Murni game by Suso Morni. I see. Let's see. How does this fit the theme? In keeping with the theme Singularity, the game features a starving Mr. Black Hole. Oh, that's what the B stands for. Mr. Black Hole must be fed to prevent him from devouring everything. Made in the Range engine. Let's check out the game page. This game tells the story of an alien worried about the hungry Mr. Black Hole. He typically devours everything in sight until he is full, and sure enough, even fellow aliens get sucked in. The alien must satisfy Mr. B's hunger and make him spit out non food items. Mr. B is incredibly voracious but dislikes chili peppers. Okay. and asteroids. This time I'm doing a game jam solo, see if I can create a game within a tight deadline. Nice. All right, this one requires me to open up what's it called? So give me 1 second while I set that up over here. I'm going to launch it. Mr. B is hungry. EXE. Just give me 1 second while that gets launched. My voice is still coming through, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Mr. B is hungry.exe. Double click. Give it a sec while it launches. And then before we start, I just want to make sure that it does go through. A little loud, so I'm gonna lower that a bit. Hmm. 1 second. Ah, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. All right. Lower my voice a little bit. Oh, that's a little too much. That should be good. All right. I will say the audio is pretty loud. Well, the dialogue's going pretty quick though. No. All right. I will say the audio is pretty loud right off the rip. So if y'all, oh, that's cool. And move the mouse, he starts tilting. I didn't even finish reading. Okay, we're gonna quit and restart. So yeah, right off the rip, there definitely needs to be some sort of audio setting for the game, so that way it's possible for folks to adjust the audio so it's not too loud. Secondly, for the intro cutscene and stuff like that, instead of it just like playing out like that, especially since there's no voice recorded lines, having the player manually skip the to the next dialogue bubble or whatever would be huge. So that way folks can pace themselves when going through the intro. Thirdly, the control screen should also stick around until the player presses something to continue on, because I didn't even understand what the controls were, and I already just you know got eaten by the black hole. And fourthly, it's generally hard to hear you even at the highest volume. Sure, yeah, sorry about that. How's that better? Is that better? That's probably better. I put my mic all the way up. Fourthly, the The level should reset when the player gets eaten by the black hole, so that way they have a chance to do everything. But I mean, I haven't finished playing the game. I'm gonna restart it right now. It was just really loud. I needed some space to hear myself think for a second. But yeah, let's hop back in there. All right. So me. It's terrible. Mr. B is hungry. If you don't give him food, he'll eat everything. Is that true? No. Left click mouse to throwing food. Gameplay. Feed Mr. B until it is full and leaves, but don't give him chili peppers or asteroids. Will make him angry. Also steer. This is what I'm saying. I don't have enough time to read anything. Oh, that's chili pepper. Oops. Oh, he grows. Whoa. Now I gotta dodge all this. No, not the chili pepper. No, another chili pepper. All right. Just sucking planets. Oh my gosh. I mean, would it be fine if I just? I was just gonna say spam the button. I'm about to lose here. I lost. Yep. Okay. Makes him angry. Also, steer clear of any space objects getting sucked in. Clues to what will appear. Those two are -10. Okay. I don't understand the mouse controls really. I'm just missing. Whoops. No. No. The controls are so wonky. Man, just trying not to get hit at this point, but I think it's safe to do what we can. Just playing it safe so we don't accidentally throw a meteor at him. We did it. Me. The end. GG. All right. That was that. That was Mr. B is Hungry by Suso. I guess the pronunciation is right here. Susu Murni. Yeah, no, that was a little bit tricky. The upcoming food bar on the bottom, it only give you like the next. It only showed the next option. It'd be nice if it showed you like the next two options. I want to say because of their being duplicates, it did throw me off a little bit, and also to kind of strategize on shooting the black pepper or the black pepper, the asteroid or the chili pepper. The the fire rate is whatever. It's tricky for me to kind of control the character. I didn't really understand the mouse controls. I know like up and down made the ship tilt, but I didn't really know what left and right did. Um, Pepper phobia, harder than Dark Souls. All right, y'all are chatting a lot right now. Yeah, Pac-Man, Chili Peppers, 30 HP. Yeah, I'm crushing it. Yeah, just so y'all know, if y'all are going to be chatting a whole lot in the chat, I will be missing what some of y'all be saying. So if you want me to kind of read and catch up, you know, I'll not necessarily chat less, but try to condense your comments. But yeah, the art style, I will say, it was really really nice. It's very cute. The black hole is really cool. The characters are really cute as well. I would say for some of the improvements, like I said, for like the bar on the bottom, definitely like have like two. Show us the next two. And then maybe even like a middle mouse button or a right click or something to swap between the two. Um, Giving the asteroids and giving the asteroids a bit more properties. Like I saw when I shot the asteroid, I was able to move myself. Like it became an obstacle for me, so that was really nice. So I don't know if it really affected any of the other objects floating around in space. The obstacles and stuff, it'd be nice if we could destroy them. Like I said, with the asteroid, I'm not too sure if it was able to manipulate the other elements in the level, but that'd be really cool if you're able to kind of protect yourself in some way with that. Which is why I say being able to swap between certain things, because then you can store it for later and kind of have that in your back pocket. So when there's like some imminent danger nearby, you can turn around and shoot it and protect yourself. Um, Same thing with like the chili pepper. Like maybe one destroys the object, maybe it creates a little explosion so it protects you, and then the other one maybe is a way for you to heal yourself. So if you destroy another object like the chili pepper, for example, maybe it spawns like a health drop that you can use to get more health or something. I'm not too sure how you'd want to approach that. Those are just some thoughts I had. Also too, like giving the player a bit more playable space. Like we are in space. I feel like when we're floating around in outer space and stuff like that, we shouldn't be limited to just like a screen. I think I mentioned this in the last live stream that I did with some of the games just restricting themselves to just one screen. You have a lot more space to play around with technically. Like we have this black hole, but it's just on one side of the screen, and then you have stuff coming flying at us from the left side. As the game progresses, it does get harder, and I do appreciate that. But instead of just the black hole taking up more space and objects being thrown a whole lot, it harms the player a lot more in the later game. And I think by having more room to move around in, like again, like you have the top of the black hole, the bottom, and the right side entirely, you can still have things flying in from all these different directions. But you can play around with the mechanics a lot more by like slingshotting yourself around the black hole, but risking running into a few other objects by doing so. But still, like it would allow more space, more room for the player to maneuver around and experiment with. Um, that being said, I think I mentioned in the beginning the few things that could help with the introduction to the game. A settings menu, at least for the volume for the game, to be able to kind of reduce the noise, so that way I can hear myself think, and also so that way players can not get their ears blasted. Yeah, the computer does have a volume setting, but I don't want to lower the volume of every single thing on my computer just so that way I can play the game. I want to just reduce the volume of the game, so I can chat with people. Maybe I'm listening to music in the background. I'm not, but maybe if I'm a different person, I would be. I would like to be able to hear the other things that are happening on my device. The cutscenes just kind of auto playing does it kind of takes me out of it a little bit because I mean I read pretty quickly, but for the sake of the live stream, since there's no voice acting and stuff like that, I would like to read the dialogue so that way folks can at least hear the words be spoken. Um, but like just kind of pushing that along makes it harder for folks to read. Same thing with the gameplay mechanics. Like when you're showing the player how to play, firstly, that screen should stick around until I'm ready to say, okay, next. It shouldn't auto progress because that's the stuff that we want to, you know, play, or that's the stuff that we want to sit with and understand, and then progress when we're ready to play. Um, what else? I talked about the controls, the artwork. It's really, really pretty. I really love the artwork. I can tell you worked hard on it, so that's really good. But yeah, maybe there being like more levels or something, progressively making the game harder, not just with the boss meter at the top and there being different phases, but also like as you complete this level, the next level introduces new elements and stuff. Like maybe there's bombs and stuff like that, that if you crash into or you shoot an asteroid at, that explodes some stuff. Um, da, 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 da. Having a single screen is kind of on theme. Sure, but you can move the screen around. It doesn't have to be fixed. You know, uh, having room to maneuver, having room to play around in helps elevate a lot of the experience, I think. But what else? Uh, yeah, I'm not too sure what else there is to say, but yeah, I think I got my point across. It is a fun game. The food, I mean, it would be really interesting if they had different point values and stuff. So then you can kind of like strategize a little bit better. But yeah, no, overall, had a decent time with it. Can't complain too much. I think I said everything I needed to say. But yeah, no live ratings. I never do any live ratings. Live ratings are not a thing I'll ever do on this channel. If you want to rate the game, you rate it however you feel you would rate it. But I will not do that in front of anybody. I don't want to influence anybody's decisions. I don't want to have like, oh, 3 stars across the board, then everybody votes it 3 stars across the board, and the rating number jumps up, and then when the jam concludes, whoa, would you look at that? It's 3 stars. No, I'm not doing that. I'm only using 3 stars as an example because I'm not going to tell you when I'm rating it. But yeah, no, that was Mr. B is Hungry by Susu Murni. We're gonna move on now. Next up, a game that several people in the chat have been waiting for: the Singularities of Nature. No, I'm kidding. We'll get to that one next, though. But no, this one is Space Sonata, kind of like Moonlight Sonata, if you are familiar with Beethoven. But yeah, no, this is a Space Sonata. This is submitted by Selden Punduk, Punduch, Summerdev, Purple Desv, and I greatly admire cats, which I'm sorry, but I'm allergic to cats, so that's points off right there. I'm kidding. No points off. I'm kidding. This is a cool rhythm game made for the Interstellar Game Jam. Now, how does this fit the theme? It's all about a sentient AI preventing asteroids from being absorbed in black holes. A little double theming going on there, huh? You have the singularity of the black holes, but also I've seen a few different people in the Discord talking about AI singularity of like how, especially it's very very on point with how things are going with the world right now. So I feel like it's very topical. But yeah, I didn't even think of sentient AI when I thought of the theme for this jam. I was thinking mostly black holes and people manipulating gravity and that kind of stuff. But this one's also an installation one. But we're gonna check out the game page first before we play the game. It says this is a hard game. Don't feel bad if you fail a level once or twice, but I promise getting to the last level is worth it. If you think you can't play new levels, check the other campaign with the arrows. You can zoom in and out with the scroll wheel. Space Sonata is a cool rhythm game made for the Interstellar Game Jam on the theme Singularity. You can download the Windows executable for less lag. The game was made by Rochelle Studio. Is that y'all's official name, or that's just your team name? Controls are all mouse. You said it's all mouse, but then over here you said arrows. What's up with that? Ranks unlocks rank. I think you should say rank or ranked unlocks, and settings. Saving the Windows versions is a lot less laggy, so give it a try. You got it. You got it. You got it. And you got it. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna launch the game, and then we're going to switch over to it. So give me 1 second. That is Space Sonata. exe. Run anyways. We'll switch over. Just gonna lower it a little bit while I chat. So, not too sure if there's black bars on the left and right now. It does seem like this is centered, which makes me think that I won't be seeing things at the very top or very bottom of the screens. I'm playing on ultra wide. I'm playing on ultra wide right now, so just a heads up. I mean, it seems like the controls are there. Okay, so maybe I'm just nitpicking. But just a heads up for the devs in the chat, and also the anybody else who's watching the streams and stuff. Keep in mind people that play on different resolutions than others, because the game might stretch or warp in different ways, and it could cut off very key elements of your game and heads-up display. Well, let's give it a shot. Let's jump right in. So we got looks like 8 levels. Starting off with this tutorial, making our way to what, Sticky Eyes? No, not Sticky Eyes. So it's tutorial. After the tutorial is Oh My. After Oh My is Cytoplasm, Fallen Empire, Sticky Eyes, and then back to the first page. It's the Stellar Ballad, Space Time Rift, and the last Singularity. Okay. Oh, an asteroid is approaching. Block it before it goes in the black hole. Easy. Oh, not easy. If you miss an asteroid, it'll be absorbed by the black hole. If it absorbs too much, it'll reach critical mass and you'll fail. Oh, that's cheap. Green ones charge and dash. Red ones explode. You must avoid them, and they won't feed the black hole. Try to get high combo by deflecting all the asteroids and reach P rank for all levels. I couldn't read that fast enough. Oops. Oops. So it doesn't fully go exactly where I want it to all the time, which is unfortunate. I feel like this should be a lot more censored, but it's not censored. It's like off to the side. Like it's over. The black hole is here when it should be like here. So there's things that are happening above the screen and below the screen that I can't see. I'm not sure if that's because I'm working on a widescreen monitor or if that's just how the game works. But just calling it out now so you're aware. Oh, whoops. Yeah, like I'm getting hit by things that are coming in fast from off screen, you know? Yeah, look at that. Look at that. You see, it's coming in way too fast from off screen. It's just I have zero reaction time for this. I have no time to react to those. They're coming in like a single frame from out of screen. So either like zoom it out a little bit, censor it. If things are moving that far off screen, you gotta let me know. And just try not to snipe me from things that are that off screen. It's not supposed to be off screen. You should really zoom out. How do I zoom out? Oh, I'm a dummy. Oh, that's cheap. Also, when the cursor goes in the middle, the thing just does not move, and I don't like that. I think that whole defense mechanism that you have with the sphere going around the black hole should be from that middle point. So that way I don't have to go all the way around the black hole. It should just be from the middle point. So if I'm like here, it should work. And I know that might be a little bit cheap for players because like the closer you are to the center, the faster it moves, the more sensitive it is. But it's very, very unforgiving that once I touch the black hole, my guy stops moving and I just lose a lot of pieces. You know, like I can't like switch sides fast enough for some of these moments because I can't switch sides fast enough because once I do this, the guy doesn't move. You know. Yeah, get a little bit out there, but then that increases the range of motion I have to do to get, what I need to get done. I guess it's part of the challenge, but still, like look at that. These guys are just like flying in, like from far too, Like this guy is so close. Why is he not the next one to go in? Why is the ones that are coming in from further coming into the black hole first than the ones that are closer? Like for a rhythm game, you'd think that it'd be the closest ones would be the next thing to approach the board, Like when you play Guitar Hero, Rock Band, Tap Tap Revolution, or whatever, the center is where the beats happen. I'm just gonna fail on purpose. The center is where the beat happens, so anything that's closer to the center should be the next thing to pop up. Anything further away should be the next in line. And as things get closer and closer, that's when things should be. Because it's not about memorization at that point because things are too far to even see spawn in. I don't even know which one's the next. Nice. I like that. Okay, that was cool. That was fun. But you see what I mean right there? Like I was waiting for that one that was closer to come on in, and then you got me getting sniped by by the jackals in Halo. Like what's that all about? I can't anticipate something that's that far spawning in that late to be the next thing that pops up. Like look at that. Look at that. I'm waiting for that guy. I'm waiting for that guy. It's really throwing me off because I'm anticipating the thing that's right next to the black hole to be the next thing to go into the black hole, but things that are way further are coming in first. It doesn't make sense. Like again, I'm getting duped right there. Like, I don't even know which one was gonna be next right there. There we go. Yeah, I know the monitor size is one thing, but it's also the distance from the black hole is the main thing, you know? Like, sure, my monitor size is a little bit funky. I did zoom out. We did alleviate some of that issues. But when you have like six different green asteroids in the background, the it's hard to kind of see which one is moving, especially as different ones are spawning in. You have me doing like a certain pattern, like a nice little spin maneuver to block some of the moves, right? But then as you have like one asteroid here, one asteroid there, one asteroid there, you switch it up by doing an asteroid on the other side, and then on the other side, and so like the pattern gets broken. So even if I were to kind of like figure out like which ones we're gonna activate, it really really throws me off in that run in that way. I understand that's a mechanic, but bringing them in a little bit closer so I can identify which one is being triggered a little bit sooner is part of it. Having whichever one's closer to the black hole be the next thing to be triggered should be kind of like what's anticipated. That's just like the design philosophy should be like that. Like for a rhythm game, it's like the center is like the beat, like you're supposed to everything that goes into the middle is on beat, boom, 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 right? So as things get closer, those are like, all right, cool. That's what's going to be next. That's what my mind jumps to immediately. So it's like, cool. As things are further, I'm like, cool. Those things that are further, I'll worry about them later because I have to deal with what's closer first. But then I'm getting sniped by the things that are further while having my cursor hovering above the thing that's right next to the black hole. So that does throw me off quite a bit there. We're gonna try to get these other levels completed too. I do like the music. The music is really spot on. The mechanics are really good too. I think it's just like the difficulty of some of the levels. Like right there, like I'm waiting for that guy. You see that? Again, I'm waiting for the wrong guy there. The music is really pretty, and I do like the mechanics. But look at that. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying about the wrong one I'm worrying about? Look at this guy right here. I think my main gripe is the green ones. All the other ones I have no issue with. It's the way that the green ones are operating right now is my main issue. The yellow ones are fine. The red ones are fine. The basic ones are fine too. It's just the green ones that throw me off because the way that those are, like, look at that! I just lost a bunch of points there because I'm waiting for this guy to come in. Nice. Telegraphing will be included. Greens are the hardest ones. Yeah. Like I said, the music is really really good. We got two more levels to go. I'll see if we can at least get to the last level. No guarantees I'll be able to beat it, but I'll try to beat this level. If we can get to the last level, I'll attempt it. Okay. Also, the texture is a little broken in this one. Looks like there's no black in the black hole. Oh no, the green ones are back. Oh, this one's gonna be freaking hard, isn't it? Watch. It's gonna be like all nice and calm, and then fucking throw a bunch of. It's gonna be through the fire and flames, isn't it? This one's gonna be harder than the last one, huh? $30. Look at all the rainbows. Oh no, my streak is gonna end here. Oh my gosh. This is the biggest combo ever. Okay, that wasn't too hard. S. We got a fucking S ranking. Let's go. I'm guessing P is perfect, right? I thought P was for purple for the longest time. Yo, purple in the chat. What's up, Perp? Watching on work, by the way. We got one more level to go. That's the last singularity. We'll give it a try. We'll give it a try. I'm probably gonna give this like about 2 or 3 attempts before I give up. Yep, this is through the fire and flames, isn't it? Go away! Fuck you! Oh man, we're floating. We're floating on the one for a while. If I beat it, you'll be amazed. Fuck, do I really gotta lock in right now? Seriously? Yep. Well, look, this is what I'm saying. Like this, I should be able to, even though it's kind of cheating, I should be able to manipulate the UFO while inside the black hole. Because sometimes I pass through, and look at that, I missed the piece right there. You know, I'm trying to react quickly, but by reacting quickly, I fail. Oh, the background changed. What the fuck? Ah! I fucking I missed all of them. Oh, that's funny as hell. I literally just missed all of them. I had a crazy combo going that I just threw it. Yeah, I can't react to that one in time. That's not fair. Or that one. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck. I thought I hit that one. Dang it. I lost. I don't think I'd be able to do that. But you know what? I'm gonna crank up the DPI and see if that helps. Let's see if this fucking helps. This is probably not going to help me in the slightest. Let's go! It did not work. Okay, maybe it was too high. This should be a good amount. Fuck. Ah! Dang it. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get past that. I'll put my DPI back. Oh man. Okay, so real quick before I hop off this menu, I will say that one thing that I think this game is lacking in terms of menu options is once you've completed a level, maybe once you unlock a level, you should allow the player to just listen to the song. There should be an option like in the main menu of just like songs, and then as you unlock the levels, just let the player just listen to it. Yo, shout out to the devs. If you read this, remember that you're the GOAT. Even more if you P rank last Singularity. That ain't gonna fucking happen. I'm sorry. Oh man. Okay, so I will say the concept, the approach to the theme is very unique. A rhythm game, that's crazy. Really well executed. My main gripe was with the fucking green blocks. These motherfuckers over here. I don't like them whatsoever. At least the way that they're executed right now. The Yeah, I keep bringing up Guitar Hero and that kind of stuff. That's like, the precedent when it comes to rhythm games these days. Like that's the standard, I guess you can say, the gold standard. So like when it comes to like games like that, the bottom of the screen, or I guess in this case, the center of the screen, or what should be the center. I know there was some issues there. Should be like where the beat happens, and it does. But the closer things are to that beat zone, should be indicative to the player, like, hey, this is more or less what's going to be played next. This is the next note that's going to be played. But with some of those green asteroids, you had like larger ones up close, but then the ones that are further are coming in fast. They're coming in super fast. So like the speed is one thing, the distance is another. Like sure, coming in fast is one thing, especially with the asteroid being closer. It makes sense it moving faster because it's closer. The distance it needs to travel is a lot less, and the ones that are coming in from further, they shouldn't come in so fast. If they do come in, it should be a little bit slower or something, especially compared to a lot of the other asteroids that are in the area, because the player doesn't have enough time to react to that. As the developers of the game, y'all have a better understanding of the rhythm that you want because you're creating it. So, if anything, no offense, but this is like a teaching moment for all developers. the person who's creating the level, the person who's creating the mechanics and stuff, they're probably the worst people to play test certain things. I don't mean that as an insult. That's just a fact. That's not targeted at anyone directly. That's a broad statement for all developers. Yeah, having testers is very helpful, but putting yourself in the shoes of the gamer, putting yourself in the shoes of the different types of gamers is really, really helpful as well. But this is something that a lot of developers, and we'll see as we play other games, that a lot of people will struggle with this in terms of like tutorialization. I think we mentioned that in the last stream, where certain levels are really hard or don't teach the mechanics properly because they have a very limited amount of levels and stuff like that. And because of that, they don't have room to flesh out the mechanics. Should have had more testers. We had about 10 play testers, but I guess they should have complained more. 100%. Yeah, your whoever's play testing your game, they should be absolutely brutal. They should be ripping your game apart to shreds, like more so than I am, because by the time it gets to players like myself, it should be streamlined a lot more by that point. So the players will have a lot less to complain about, first and foremost, and two, you straight up just don't want people to complain about your game when it gets to them. I'm too brutal. Maybe the game was too brutal. I gotta be brutal right back. Those green asteroids were brutal. Triggering me. Hurt my soul even though I'm not the dev. This is a teaching moment. I'm being harsh, sure, but I'm also just using this as an opportunity to let y'all learn some stuff. Even if it's not you as a developer, everybody can learn from these kind of play tests, or not even a play test, but play through rather. But yeah, there's any thought on the music for the Purple Devs? The music was really good. The music was really good. I unfortunately wasn't able to really like fully immerse myself in the music, which like, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Like I know it is a rhythm game, so I should be immersed, and I was like focused more on the rhythm than it was the music itself. So, like I was saying earlier, having a menu option for me being able to listen to the music once I unlock the level, I think would go a long way for two reasons. One, it would let me get a better grasp on the beat. So when I do play the level, I have a better understanding of the song. And for you as the developers, and maybe even for the playtesters as well, they listen to the music a lot more than I have when they play the level. So it's easier for y'all to be able to play the game to the beat since you already kind of had that beat in your head, more or less. For me, this is the first time I'm playing this, and even though I am a pretty skilled gamer, when something is unfair, like those green asteroids, for example, I get frustrated. And I'm just letting you know that that's what's causing my frustration. And sure, I might be a little bit uppity with my feedback because of that frustration. So yeah, I'm trying to reel it back a little bit. But secondly, like just being able to jam out to the music, like I said, like having the music be unlockable and then just like playing the track, just so I can vibe, you know because there's how many songs? What, 8 different songs, not including the main menu or whatever? Like almost 10 songs. There's a lot of good music in this game. I just wish I'd be able to sit and enjoy the music before getting into the level. Another rock band or guitar hero example is when you unlock a song, or maybe even before you even unlock the song. If you're in the song select menu and you hover over that song, it plays a bit of the song before you lock it in and play it. So maybe even having something like that for the player, like a little song preview or something, could go a very, very long way to get the player to understand and anticipate what the vibe for that song would be. I have no complaints over the music at all in terms of like the soundtrack. I think it's really good. I think the fact that you have this much music is really good. It's just a little bit of a shame that we are not able to just appreciate the music on its own. Like, yeah, it is part of the rhythm game experience and stuff like that. But maybe I just want to listen to the song without rhythming, if that makes sense. Good input, understandable. Pretty skilled slash J. Yeah, I am pretty skilled. 1v1 me in Halo right now. I'll show you how skilled I am. We'll do for the post jam for sure. Yeah, and like folks are saying, if anyone else is watching the stream or the VOD, there is the Post Jam Productions Post Jam Jam link in the description of this video. If y'all are participants of this game jam, or if you participated in another game jam, or just want feedback on a project that you worked on before, I'm also one of the moderators for this one. Submit your project to this game jam, especially like after this jam wraps up and the winners are announced. Uh, Jump in on this one as well and submit your entry to see like what else y'all have upgraded onto your game. You know, there's a P ranking last Singularity, by the way. Is there a jam cubed? I don't know. But yeah, I won't watch the video just because I don't want to watch a YouTube video inside of a YouTube video. That's pretty YouTubeception, and holy heck, that's that's a very thorough feedback over here. Wow, that's nuts. I'm not gonna read all that. That is a lot of feedback. But I'm glad people are being vocal in the comments here and letting y'all know how they feel about the game. This is really, really good, and I'm sure y'all are finding good value in the feedback in the comments and from the stream as well. But yeah, I'm probably gonna leave it at that just because I spent a good amount of time on that, and I think I said my piece already. Like I said before, to end on a positive note, this was a really, really good take on the theme. Okay, all the criticism aside, this was a really good take on the theme. Like using the black hole as obviously like the thing that sucks in all the asteroids, but then having it play a music to the beat and that kind of stuff. That's really really cool. Because I've seen games where there's a singularity in the middle and then things fly into it and you got to defend. I've seen that concept played out before, and maybe I've seen it in a rhythm sense before, but the amount of music that you have here, the varying like obstacles, like you have the yellow asteroids that kind of spin around the black hole, you have the red asteroids that you have to avoid. Like that's a different mechanic than everything else because you have to defend with everything else. And then also the green asteroids. If I could make one more suggestion, maybe there could be a power up. For example, oh hey, what's up, Bite Size? How's it going? Appreciate the shout out. Heck yeah. Welcome, welcome. Oh yeah, I was talking about power ups. Yeah, like Guitar Hero. I keep bringing up Guitar Hero because again, rhythm game. They have this thing called Star Power. Where as you get bigger combos and that kind of stuff, you gain the ability to power up yourself and get more points or whatever. For this game, a similar mechanic that I think you guys can potentially pull off is maybe like as you're getting bigger combos and bigger score or whatever, you're able to press like the left click because it's a mouse game. Pressing left click or whatever to enable the star power whenever uh, is like making the UFO bigger for a short period of time to help the player out. If they're doing good and they're struggling in certain areas, they could probably do that as well. Yo, welcome everybody. How's it going? We're just finishing up with Space Sonata over here. About to move on to the next game. Glad y'all could all join us. Has been an amazing learning experience to do it more planned, but that's for the post jam. Oh, power up is nice. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Subscribe rate, heck yeah. Heck yeah, yeah. Boost up that number. We would definitely want more subscribers. Not a whole lot of subscribers in this channel, just because I just kind of post the streams for this particular game jam. But if y'all want to subscribe, that would be a huge, huge, huge help for us over here, for real. Getting us closer to 1K subscribers means that we can do a lot more in this channel for sure. But yeah, I think I'll leave it at that for Space Sonata. Go check out the game. Link in the description for all the entries in the game jam. Shout out to Selden and Padunch in the chat, and also Purple in the chat as well. Thank y'all for joining in. Hopefully, y'all stick around for the other games too. We got a lot of games we got to get through. We got to catch up. So I'm going to move things along. But yeah, next up we have The Singularities of Nature. This is by Misha and Mewen. Which is a helpful tear make observations about the natural world. I saw some of the development for this game. A lot of these were all like hand drawn or whatever. Like this is It's absolutely nuts. These pieces of paper, yeah, hand drawn, cut out. That's absolutely fucking wild. Seriously, this is crazy. There's been a few game jam entries for the Interstellar Game Jam in the past where I have seen people just hand draw things, scan them in, and get them into the game. And I just love to see that that tradition is being upheld between jams. Like it's really fucking cool seeing hand drawn works being input into as a video game. But yeah, how does this fit the theme? The game revolves around Voltaire's 1768 natural history treatise, The Singularities of Nature. Some of the observations Voltaire makes in the game come from the original text. Heck yeah. And this is made in a custom Flutter engine I released 12 hours before the jam started. Wow. A great opportunity to test out your new game engines as well. I remember somebody just joined the Discord server recently who made a retro game engine, and they're looking for a game jam to test it out. And this is a great opportunity to test out custom engines for real. But yeah, let's check out the game page. I don't think there's an install. And look, you got 20 ratings so far. There's a lot of these early entries are like in the double digits, and ratings are pretty close. But if y'all see a game that's lacking in ratings, please, please, please take the opportunity to rate the games. Again, I won't be rating the games publicly. As you can see here, I'll refresh. You'll see that I have rated nothing. There's no ratings anywhere, and that will be the case until the very end of the jam. After the final live stream finishes, I will be doing everything off camera and rating games off camera. I do not want to influence anyone's ratings. I do not want to, you know, like start a trend with certain ratings or whatever. So, use this live stream as a way to make your own judgment and rate it how you feel you would rate it. I'm not gonna do any of that to inspire anyone to rate the game like me. But yeah, let's check out this game page. So, help Voltaire sort his thoughts on the natural world and its history as he writes his seminal 1768 natural history treatise, The Singularities of Nature. Oh, how to play. Get into Voltaire's mind and drag and drop items to sort them logically in this full hand drawn, cozy puzzle game. You have credits here, some external assets. Heck yeah. Um, oh, yeah, before we start off, too, again, I'm really a huge fan of taking historical elements in games and just like teaching people things about history. I think that's really really cool. We had another game do that as well. I think the second entry of the jam. But yeah, let's jump in. I'm glad that's a thing. That's awesome. Prologue. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. Mhm. Hmm. Mhm. Mhm.
Not sure.
Mhm.
Not exactly sure what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm dragging and drop to sort logically. Logically, okay.
Mhm.
I'm kind of doing this like based off color. Unless you want to do it by, okay, I see what you want. It's by shape, not color. That these shells came from the sea, a preposterous idea indeed. More likely, these gluttonous pilgrims returning from the Holy Land. Ooh, uh oh, uh oh. Okay, let's.
Hmm. Mhm.
Is this by a number of dots?
Mhm.
That's one. That's two. That's three. That's. Where's four? I don't see four anywhere. Or is it by angle? Is it? No. One, two, three, five.
Mhm.
I'm not too sure.
Hmm. Mhm. Mhm.
Ah, diagonal. Okay. The frantic ones, the languid ones, switching each to its own private rhythm. Perhaps temperament then, as if a bug could be born nervous or born calm. Oh no. Not too sure. Put the little ones on top. Put the weird one on the bottom. The size based,
Mhm.
shape based.
Mhm. Hmm. Mhm. Mhm.
I truly don't know how I'm supposed to be sorting these. To the biggest furthest from the mouse and the
Mhm.
smallest closest to the mouse?
Hmm. Hmm. Mhm. 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 Mhm.
I'm not too sure what exactly. I think the mouse is a lie. What if I just feed the mouse? The mouse doesn't like that one. Okay. Furthest from the mouse. Squinty eyes. Squinty eyes. Squinty eyes. Doesn't like that one. Doesn't like that one. Dead. Okay, that one's furthest. Okay. Doozy. 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 Dead. Okay, so that was like here then. Squinty eyes. Squinty eyes. Squinty eyes. Dead. Okay, so that's dead. That's squinty eyes. That's squinty eyes. That's doozy. Squinty eyes. There you go. Clearly hasn't played a little to the left. I have not. No. Seeing Shadow play this hurts me. I'm sorry. Gonna check out these games myself. Yeah, heck yeah, yeah. Please do. Chapter one is indeed hard, so I understand his confusion. Gamer journalist moment. No, don't compare me to Dean Takahashi. This is the most confusing playstyle I've seen from the few playtests we ran, but super interesting to see. The killers beside the killers, the dreamers beside the dreamers, are harmless, keeping well away. A mouse may tell them apart, curious that is a man that must study to do so. Oh no, I gotta do math? Okay, we got some sparkly rocks, we got some cracked rocks, we got some regular rocks. The reds are worth 5, so we'll put them on the right side.
Mhm.
And we'll put the cracked ones on the top. So the yellow ones are next.
Mhm. Hmm.
And then, oh no. There's purple and there's a light purple. So light purple can go, oh boy, here. This is regular purple, sparkly
Mhm.
purple. This is cracked. This is sparkly. Wait, I wasn't done. Polish rests apart from the chip as if the damage might spread betwixt. From this we may conclude misfortune evidently quite contagious. I wasn't
Mhm.
done, excuse me. There we go. Every stone besides its own hue, never once mixed with another. Wherein resides the beauty of such a composition, I cannot fathom. Right? I think that's it, right? Five, four, three, two, one. Yeah, I think we got that. I can't do puzzles. I'm a hardcore gamer. Y'all don't, don't be nice. Congrats on the art. Yeah, no, seriously, huge shout out to the artist in the chat for this amazing hand drawn artwork. This is phenomenal. Oh, there's more values on the board. Oh boy. Hold on a second. I guess we can go back and make these even better.
Hmm.
So like what, like that? There we go. What vibrant colors do I perceive? If such visual delicacy exists, so too must a supreme being. Okay, I'm getting the hang of it now. This I don't get. So I'm guessing like lower numbers up top,
Mhm.
bigger numbers in the bottom, right?
Mhm.
This looks like wait 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this will be here,
Mhm.
this will be here. This looks like down there, and that's what's over there, with this up here, and this over here.
Hmm. Mhm.
I don't get it. This one I sure as heck don't get. And this one I thought I understood. Gem, and then it gives you that value, right? And the cracked is worth 1, shiny is worth 3, and the plain is worth, 0. So to be like the shiny is at the top shelf, I think that's what it should be, right?
Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
With the cracked on the bottom,
Mhm.
right? And then red on the right,
Mhm.
yellow is next,
Hmm.
with a teal on the left,
Mhm.
and these two swapped.
Hmm.
Is that not it? So the bag is diamond types times rock. Huh. The coins and all. Huh. Trying to understand the math. I couldn't. The art is so good. Gotta use all the clues in the blackboard. I would like to try at least get this one, but the one chapter two, I won't. I don't think I'll be able to. Hmm. Rock times diamond equals bag of coins. So rock, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Unless you want me to do it the other way,
Mhm. Mhm.
like that. 5, 4, 3. Oh wait, no, I got these mixed up. My bad. The colors are really close to each other. But that's not it. I thought that was it. Yeah, rock quality, which is that, and then the rock type, which is that. Am I missing something? Shadow color blindness. What do you mean? This is like a gray, and that's like a purple. Like, look at it. See? See? That's like a gray, and that's more of a purple. That's yellow, that's red. I don't get it. Try left to right. I did. This is the red on the left, yellows next. That's that, and this is yeah. I did it the other way, with like that, but it didn't work either.
Hmm.
Oh no, are you telling me I gotta do actual fucking math here? Okay, I think I know what that is. So that's worth 5, right? 5 times 3, that's 15, right? That's 15. That's 4 times 3 is 12. That's 9. This is 3. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So this is the same value as this. So we're gonna do like the most valuable is here. Right? Okay, let's do it like this. Hold on a second. It's 15. This is 5 times 2. This is 10. So 15. This is what? 4 times 3 is 12. 3 times 3 is 9. So this would be next,
Hmm.
technically speaking. Oh boy. Oh boy. I really gotta do math here. Oh gosh. Okay, so that's 5 times 1, which is worth more than 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 5. This is 1 times 2, so it's 1, 2. This is also 2.
Hmm. Hmm.
Okay, so it's 1. It's cracked 1. 2. 2. Oh boy. 15. Nothing's gonna top this one. This is 15. 5 times 3, right? This is 4 times 3. This is 5 times 2. This is 10. I'm getting a headache here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hmm.
Okay, 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5. What are you? 3 times 2, that's 6. And this is 4 times 2 is 8. 1, 2, this is 3, right? This is worth 3. So 1, 2, 2, 3, 1, 2, 2. 1 times 1, 2 times 1, 1 times 2, 2 times 2, right? Cracked, which is worth 1, but it's a gray, so that's 3. So sorry, 1 times 3. Pretty sure you just come down here or something.
Hmm. Mhm. Hmm.
Okay. 1 times 1, 1 times 2, 1 times 2, again. 1 times 3, 1 times 3 as well. So these are worth the same. This is 2 times 2. This is 4. This is 4 times 1, also 4. This is 1 times 5. This is 3 times 2, that's 6. This is 4 times 2, this is 8. This is 3 times 3, which is 9. This is,
Mhm.
okay, this is 9. So that's, wait, sorry, this is 4 times 2, that's 8. This is 5 times 2, which is 10. This one is 3 times 3, which is 9. This is 4 times 3. Is that not it? Anything? Nope. It's contemporary discoveries to Voltaire for coherence. Emitted formulas of flow field. Appreciate formulas aren't just garbled nonsense. Gotta be honest, I don't quite remember. Looked up some stuff, checked the date, copied them, forgot to add them. I'm confuzzled. 15. Nothing's gonna top this one, but it should just be on the top right or the top left. I'm not sure. I might have the order here messed up. Like this is the highest and that's the lowest, but maybe it should be like this
Mhm.
instead.
Mhm. Mhm. Hmm.
15, 12, right? No, 4 times 3. Yeah, 12. 15, 12. Obviously, it's going to be worth less than that, and that's less than that. Correct, 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 correct. I'm probably going to give up here. I'm sorry. Where's the blue correct? Right here. This is 3, and this is 2, and this is 3. 1 times 3, yeah. This is 2. This is 1. This is 1, but it's worth 2, so that's 2. This is 2 times 1, that's also 2. But it's worth more than that one, I think, right? This one's blue, so that's 3 times 1 is 3. This is worth 1, but it's shiny, so that's also worth 3. This is blue, so that's 2 times 2, that's 4. This is cracked yellow, that's also 4. Maybe that's like that then. I'm not too sure,
Mhm.
but it is higher on the chart. That's worth 5, so that's 4. Now we're in the 5s. 3 times 2, that's 6. 4 times 2, that's 8. Sparkling is 3 times 2. Oh, that's 6. Oh, I got these two wrong. So 4 times 2 is 8. 3 times 2 is 6. 3 times 3 is also 6. So that's here. This is 8. This is 10. This is 3 times 3, that's 9. So this is like this. No, wait, 4 times 3, that's 12. This should be it. Right, 3 times 3 is 9. This is 4 times, oh, that's 4 times 2 is 8. 5 times 2. Yeah, so this should be roughly it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 9. 5, 2, that's 10. 4, 3, that's 12. Am I missing something? Starting position should work with any of the four corners. We should abandon it. Math is a bad idea. Where is the blue cracked? Right down on the bottom shelf. Maybe I have to swap things around again. No, it's okay. It was swapping it back and forth. Okay, so it did matter. Color multiplied by conditions. I did suspect value to be a mere arithmetic. Avarice, a meaningless sum, chased by fools and dreamers alike. We did it! We ain't gonna figure all of them out, especially the mushroom one. Holy heck. Oh, I do like how each level has their own music too. I didn't realize that immediately. But heck yeah, no, this was good. Brute forced it at the end. No, I just swapped the corners because I didn't realize that the starting position actually mattered. So I swapped to make sure that the middle stayed the same. I just swapped them to make sure that the starting position went from, instead of that being the highest, that was the highest. So it seems like it did matter. But yeah, GG. That was a very comfy, cozy little puzzle game. I am not familiar with A Little to the Left, as y'all can tell, but that was a nice little chill, cozy experience overall. I will say the art is phenomenal. The fact that you hand drew all these and got them into the game and got it, functioning and stuff, and there being like little Easter eggs when you hover items over certain things, that was really fun. The last one was a brain teaser for sure. I'm better at math than I am with whatever the mushroom one was about. um, Trying to think of feedback. I'm not too sure what I can say. It looks like a couple people have been rating the game while we're streaming. That's nice. Uh, I guess like a little bit of a hint system, especially for like the bugs one. Like I knew like the numerical value was part of it. Uh, but like the mushroom one really, really threw me off. I wasn't really sure what to do with the mushrooms. Like I knew the mouse had something to do with it, and the more disgusted he was by it, the further you wanted it away from the mouse. So it like kind of paired up in groups of three in that regard. But I wasn't too sure what else to do from that. Like I wasn't too sure what else to do with that information. I'm sure the size or shape or color of the mushrooms had something to do with it. I probably could have figured that out if I tried a little harder. But yeah, no, that was tricky. That was definitely a tricky little puzzle game. But I do like how there are different win conditions. You can just one starred and move on, and or if you want to be a perfectionist and get all three stars, you can do that as well. I do also like how there's extra dialogue when you hit different win conditions too, so it's not just like, hey, you did it, bye. You actually get a nice little phrase, which I think might have been a quote, if I'm not mistaken. I believe that was a direct quote from Voltaire themselves. Yes, hint systems we discussed might come in post jam version. Yeah, that's like the only thing, because like especially with the first one, I didn't understand what the mechanics were at all. I had to figure it out, and having knowledge from a different game, like A Little to the Left, I have never played that game, so having that be a prerequisite for this game, I feel like is a little harsh on the player. And for the very first mission, having them be like a little bit of a tutorialization, so at least explain the mechanics of the game, uh, could help out with figuring out what to do for the other puzzles. So I didn't realize it was like a matching game. I thought for the first one it was like, because it was like a cracked shell or whatever. So I was like, oh, maybe it's like going from worst condition to best condition or something. But it was no, it was a color and shape. It was based off that. Um, but yeah, no, that was a very fun little puzzle game. I did appreciate the effort that went into the art and the music and everything. Very, very well put together game. Just wish there was like a little bit more tutorialization. I was the odd one out here. Yeah, for sure. Everyone in the chat's making fun of me for not understanding the mechanics of the game. But hey, I three-starred the last one, and I think that's good enough for me, to be honest. But yeah, for those unfamiliar with these types of games, being able to kind of onboard them a little bit more effectively would go a very long way. But yeah, For sure, yeah, of course. Thanks for submitting to the game jam and taking the time to make such beautiful art and such a nice little puzzle game. If you do submit to the Post Jam Productions Post Jam Jam, let me know. I'll going to check it out to see if there's to see what the upgrades were for that. I probably won't do it on stream, but I'll definitely like check it out. All right. Next up, I hear good things about this game. If not that game, then the next game with a similar name. But yeah, next up we have Divide Zero by Indian. Indian. Defeat the agents or humanity. Defeat the agents or humanity will be lost. This game is intended to represent a mathematical singularity, division by zero. Which, out of curiosity, I wonder if this one's also the same thing. The answer to one divided by zero equals a singularity. See, like that's a really clever thing about this theme, and one of the reasons why I like choosing really clever themes is y'all start coming up with things that I didn't even expect from game jams or from submissions to this game jam. But yeah, made in Godot, mathematical singularity. This one's on the game page. Okay, so A is to jump left, D is to jump right, and W is to attack. Attacks are calculated by dividing the agent's attack score by your attack score. Press W when your attack score is zero for a successful attack. The agent will take damage when they try to divide by zero. Attacking with any other value will result in damage to you. Okay. Um, don't divide by zero. My calculator exploded in my face. You're just trying to get my PC to catch fire, huh? Okay. We'll try full screening it. I do have my little character on the bottom left, so hopefully it's not too disruptive down there. First we built them, then they built themselves. We're no longer in control. Humanity will become obsolete. Our only chance is the Divide Zero protocol. Let me see. Okay, screen does seem to be stretching. That's good. Rather than like it being squashed, but okay. Check out the options. It is a little quiet, but I don't mind that at all. Menu. One, two, or Agent Zero. I like how it's base zero and not base one. That's really clever. And you got a tutorial as well. Here are the credits. Oh, you didn't put your names in the credits. You did credit the stuff that you use. That's good, but you should also credit yourselves. We'll do the tutorial. Seems like the tutorial is technically an optional mission, so we'll start off with that one just so we understand. Instruction. Oh, this is the okay. Instructions: attack 1,000. Agents attack your score. Your attack score. Attacks are calculated by dividing the agent's attack score by your attack score. Press W to attack when your attack score hits zero. Attacking with any other value will inflict damage onto you. So I'm not so sure I understand that. So jump left, jump right, attack. Pickups attack score -2. Plus minus attack score plus agent attack score take damage. Invisibility or invincibility? Because invisibility means they can't see you, versus invincibility with an N there means that you cannot take damage. That's a depending on what kind of game you're making. It's a very very important distinction to make. I know it's a typo if it is a typo, but that's just something to keep in mind. Agent forces your attack. Okay, let's see if I can figure this out. Okay, -18. So I just need what, like a -10 now? -4. Hey. Okay, okay. Facing -6. -4. And these are what? Multiples of, I guess, 2, huh? Or they're not, sorry, not multiples of 2. It's binary, right? Do I want to increase their number so they take more damage or something? Oh, and it doesn't matter if I go beyond. Okay, I thought I was going to hit the negatives and need to figure out how to get back up to 0. Okay, so just hit 0 as quick as possible. Gotcha. Start off with 100 and he's going to work our way down to 0. Sounds easy enough. Hey, easy peasy. Negatives are not real. Gotcha. All base 2. Yeah, so it's all binary. Agent 1 modified their software. Collecting these will now increase your attack score. Okay. Oh, whoa, okay. Oh, well, that's cool. Okay. Okay, okay, here we go. And it increases my attack score, but I take a lot of damage by doing that. So I gotta balance taking damage and dealing damage. Hey, easy peasy. All right, Agent 2 modified their software. These can lower your attack score past 0. Oh, there we go. Now we're hitting the negative numbers. Collect these to raise it. Be mindful of the damage. Now we're talking. Okay, that's what I thought was going to be the case from the beginning. Did I just kill myself? Oh, I got it. Okay, not hit 0. Or not go negative. I just need a 2. Okay. Dang it. Okay, this is tricky. Okay. Okay, we got this. We got this. We got this. No, no, no. Dang it. This is hard. Okay, 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 okay. No, they're too fast. I thought it was gonna protect me from everything. It didn't protect me from everything. No. I'll be doing quick math over here. At least we got 10. There you go. No, okay, we're getting the hang of it. I almost got it. Almost got it. It's a little fast. It's a little fast because we didn't get time to practice the new mechanics. It does introduce it periodically, which is okay, but it does change the mechanics as you're progressing. And that's the tricky part. Oh shit. Whew, close. Nah, shit. No. See, the invincibility I thought was going to protect me from everything. That's not the case. See the 34, and I just gotta get a 2. There we go. Easy. Easy peasy. First try. You defeated the Asians and brought back humanity back from the singularity. And brought humanity back from the singularity. Dang right we did. Nice. Oh, whoops, we broke the game. We divided by 0. My bad. I know that wasn't a full 15 minutes, but we did, I guess, play through it enough to beat it. So I'll call it there in terms of gameplay. um, yeah, so I did like the mechanic of obviously like bringing the number down and getting it to 0. So the first two levels, it stops it at 0. The thing with that is that you mislead me with the third level because you are introducing new mechanics as the game progresses. However, the mechanics you're introducing is a change of mechanics. So it throws it on its head. It does throw me off as a player because instead of introducing this new gameplay element that has new properties, you're reintroducing an old gameplay element and giving it new properties. Same with the going below 0 thing. Like the earlier levels are easy enough that I feel like I can, get to the negatives and then get myself back up or whatever. But with the later levels, or I guess with the last level, because only 3 levels, the first 2 levels, like you only can get to 0. With the last level, you could go to the negative. I was expecting to be able to go into the negatives in the first 2 levels, but that just wasn't the case. And I feel like introducing that immediately would give me a better advantage in the third level, but then I have to relearn the stuff that's already popping up on the screen. And every level is essentially like a newer game, essentially, which isn't always a bad thing. But for here, it's tricky. Um, because I was trying to get like each level, I have to relearn the mechanics. I have to relearn what each of those different things do. The invincibility only works for the swords, but not for any of the other negative and or positive things that are passing up on the screen. I think by having that, the invincibility, affect the other objects as well too could help out with the gameplay as well. So that way the player, maybe they don't want to pick up the invincibility because there's a whole bunch of negative numbers that they can collect. So that becomes an obstacle for them to avoid rather than something that they have to pick up in order to avoid the swords. Because while you do want to avoid the swords for sure, having that be like one, having that be the only way to avoid the swords kind of is, bottlenecks the player to have to force them to pick it up every time there's a wave of swords coming down, but also making it like an optional thing to pick up. Like maybe there's like a wave of swords. Like you saw like the falling swords where it's like one line, second line, then the third line. Like maybe by picking it up, you can just like kind of avoid that and take bigger risks. Same thing with the picking it up and then having like the positive numbers and negative numbers. Like if there's a bunch of positive numbers that you want to avoid, maybe you could also throw in the invincibility there so they can survive like that big wave of whatever of those numbers. And also having it work with the negative numbers too. So if there's a bunch of negative numbers that are coming down, picking up the invincibility is something that you don't want to do. So there's like different ways to spin the mechanics on their head by introducing it in different ways, but by changing the properties from level to level and not changing the art asset that's associated with those things, it makes us as a player associate certain art assets with certain properties. So as the game progresses, you're changing those properties, it's messing with our minds because we are already associating it with those things. So now you're forcing us to disassociate those assets with certain properties, and that's where the difficulty comes in on that like first wave and that third level, and not giving us a chance to experiment with the older levels. It kind of makes it so with those other levels are misleading for the last level, where it's like, hey, this is the only level where you actually go into the negatives. Versus like the first two levels, they're extremely, extremely easy because you can just collect all the negative numbers and be perfectly safe. But then the last level, it's no longer safe and becomes a penalty. Uh, so like if you're gonna have that be a penalty in the last level, have that be a penalty in the first level too. Like don't try to switch it up too much. Otherwise, it will really confuse the player. Luckily, I was able to get through it. It took me a few tries because I had to relearn the properties of each of those art assets. But for other players, there'll be a way for them to kind of, you know, familiarize themselves and then master the game a bit better. That being said, you can easily add more levels to this too with like those mechanics and even add a few more assets with different properties in them too. Like, I mean, you already did that with the third level. Like, just create a new art asset. One second. Yeah, some water. Hmm. Yeah, if you're going to be introducing new properties and new gameplay mechanics, it should be associated with or like integrated with a new art asset as well, like a visual thing for the player to understand when they're looking at it at a glance that, hey, this thing behaves differently than this other thing, you know? So yeah, just like a heads up for that. But I did have a good time playing it. It was fairly short. Like I said, we were able to kind of breeze past that one. So having more levels would be really interesting. Um, because you can really flesh out the mechanics as the game progresses, and then also like how you're interested in more lanes as the levels progress. I think that was also really interesting too. Like you can have like a set of levels that's only 3 lanes, a set of level that's 4 lanes, and a set of level that's 5 lanes, to kind of like get things like mix things up and have like different scaling difficulties and stuff. And it will give you the player a safe space to experiment with those new mechanics and properties as well. Overall, though, I did have a good time playing that one, especially the last level. The last level was the most fun out of all of them because it has all the properties and mechanics on full display. I just wish that the earlier levels did that too. I think you baby the player too much in the early game, that it doesn't prepare them for the late game properly. Um, I think baby is the, I don't know if that's the right verbiage, but yeah, that's what I got. but I did have a good time playing it. But yeah, that was Divide Zero by Indie Ian. If you haven't rated the game yet, definitely check it out. This browser game, and it's pretty short, so you should be able to burn through it pretty quickly. Check it out, give it a rating, and yeah, yeah, awful difficulty curve. Someone said in the chat. Yeah, it's I mean, I wouldn't say awful. There are definitely games that have way worse uh, difficulty mechanics for sure, or difficulty curves for sure. This one, it just tricks the player. It's not like it gets super hard right away, but it does trick the player, and they're misled with the mechanics for the last level, and then it does make it harder because they it's not that they fail to understand, is that you told them to understand this thing, and then immediately afterwards told them, hey, forget everything you know about that thing. We're changing things up again, and it's like, wait, it takes them back a little bit. It's like, whoa, huh? It's like, I don't know what's going on here. You told me this was this, but now it's not, and it confuses them. And confusion is, yeah, it's misleading. Misleading somebody leads to confusion. Confusion leads to frustration, and frustration leads to people not having a good time. Not saying that I didn't have a good time. I had a good time in the last level, but when I got there the first time, I was taken aback, you know? But yeah, that was Divide Zero by Indie Ian. Next up, we have Divided Zero, another another Zero Division game. Tectonic Ink is next. Tectonic Ink is coming up. One more. I know. Again, we have two Divide Zero games right back to back. Unfortunately, uh, that's funny how both those games submitted right next to each other. Maybe it's somebody on an alt account or something. I don't know. I'm kidding, but both the only two dividing zero games being right next to each other is hilarious. Afterwards is Tectonic Ink. But yeah, this is Divided Zero by Shade Crow. It's a boring 9 to 5 shift with a calculator. Oh, somebody in the chat earlier said their calculator caught on fire. I'm guessing something like this happened, huh? But yeah, the answer to 1 divided by 0 equals a singularity. So the calculator turns to a black hole, which is also a singularity. And you got to escape the singularity realm, and things stop working like stationary spikes, not following laws, and moving around without explanation. This was made in Godot. Nice. That's very interesting. It's two singularities in one. I think it's the second time that we had a double entendre. We're gonna check out the jam page, but I think I already have this installed, so let's check it out first before we play. Divided Zero. Enjoy your very boring day at work. Very boring. Though I wonder what happens when I write 1 divided by 0 on a calculator. Maybe it'll create a singularity. Nah, maybe. And for your hard work, you'll get a payment of 1 uh, pound. Is that £1 and 11 cents? Is that a pound or a euro or a franc? I don't know what the I don't know my currencies, y'all. Pound. It is. Okay, cool. I was right. Rule Britannia. Press 1 in case of soft locks to reset level. Sweet, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sure you'll be tutorializing us in the game as well. So let me just get that booted up real quick. Give me 1 second. All right, let's get divided 0 in there. And it is okay. It is tiny. I wonder if full screening it helps. It does, but not all the way. And for streaming purposes, I'm going to make this even bigger. Stand by while I make this even bigger. Okay, that should be good. All right, I don't think there's audio in here. 1 divided by 0 equals. Oh, there it is. Okay, there's the audio. No WASD? Okay, arrow keys only. Oh no! Telling me Z to jump, homie? Shift? Let's do this. Okay. Oh, that was close. Yay, we did it. Uh-oh. Okay, okay. Okay, we're gonna try to... No! Ooh. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Gotta jump dash here. What the No! No! There we go. No! Oh, dang it. I'm trying to be slick. I think I could skip the whole level by doing that.
Yeah, that's how you do it. The cheese, dang right, the cheese. Those spikes are spiking. It's a rage game. They can be glad and rage. Yeah, man. I keep telling y'all I'm a hardcore gamer, but nobody listens, man. What's that? Oh, it's death. Okay. I was just curious. I didn't know what it was. That's it. I just didn't know what it was. I got a dash. Okay, that makes sense. How does dashing work? Okay. Hmm. No. I wonder what that's about. Oh, that was easy. Shift. Yeah. I don't get this level. Oh, I could have skipped that whole level if I just shifted upwards, huh? Shift. Wait, what? What? I'm confused. Why does it work sometimes but not all the time? Oh. I don't get that mechanic. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It is just horizontal dashing is exactly what I'm doing, but it doesn't work all the time. Okay. Oh, that's some bullshit. Like, I really don't understand the criteria for the horizontal dash because it's like it works sometimes, but not all the time, you know? Yeah, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do over this. The screen's too small for me to predict anything that's happening up there. I don't think I'm gonna beat this level. I don't think I'm gonna beat this level. Yeah. Cause it's like this and that and this and like this and like that and like that and. Yeah, I can't see what's coming up ahead. I'm gonna probably just leave it at that. To be fair, I apologize to the developer for not being able to beat the level, but I can't see what's coming up ahead, and it's too far into the level for me to properly see it coming up ahead and react to it. um, but yeah, my apologies for not being able to finish it, but yeah, that's a tricky level to complete. And having things like that moving unpredictably off screen and asking the player to react to something that they can't see is really, really tricky. And that's just like I was saying earlier for some of the other developers before, that the person that's making the game, the person that's making the level, they're the ones that need to put themselves into a lot of other different players' types of shoes. As a level designer, that's one thing that I strongly like urge other people when working on level design to keep in mind. It should have a talking motion. Maybe it should. I don't know. I'm not a VTuber. I just have it there because I think it's a fun guy. But yeah, no, like that game, it's the that last level that I was playing. You have to put yourself as a level designer. You have to put yourself in the shoes of the people that are playing your game. Like that dash mechanic wasn't really working as I was expecting it to, especially after you told me, hey, dash through this thing. And I did, and I died half the time. And that was really frustrating. That might just be like a mechanical glitch that could be, fixed. But the triangles floating around, they're not too big of an issue for me. It's just that one obstacle that I was running into because you have three triangles in unison, moving in one direction, and then right above that you have three triangles not moving in unison. They're all working individually, and they're off screen. So when you show me the three triangles that are close to me, I'm anticipating another set of three triangles right above it, also moving in unison, so that way I can bounce from one side to the other side. But instead, you're mixing it up even more, and then when the player fails, because they're not even it's not that mechanic or whatever, that puzzle isn't right straight up front for the player. They have to then redo all the other stuff to then get themselves to that point to then retry that challenge again. And since it's such a hard challenge, I'm just cutting myself off there. I'm saying I'm done with this game because it's not forgiving enough. It's very, very unforgiving, that one particular challenge. So as a level designer, which I am, I advise you to keep that in mind when working on levels. Like if you're introducing some sort of design language to the player, you have to keep that design language consistent, especially if something's happening off screen. Um, I didn't check to see if this was a mechanic or not because you didn't tutorialize me if I could or couldn't do this. But having like a right click, right? And I can then drag the mouse up or down or left and right from where my person is standing, would allow the person to look above, like pan the camera to look up, to look to the right, to kind of see what the upcoming challenge is. I'm not too sure if you did implement that or not, but if you didn't, that's something that would be huge to include. And if you did, that's something you should tutorialize to the player as soon as possible so that they can get the understanding to do so. Look ahead is good for cameras in these types of games. Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. The shadow insert should have a talking motion. We got Entron in the chat saying, Shadow, you should play Snip Snip. It's good. It's a good game about cutting. It's really good at cutting. It's like Metal Gear Vengeance. You know that game, right? It's so good. Yeah, it's just like that. This definitely also isn't a friend from Gumbo. Hi, Matthew. We're playing games in submission order. Your game ain't gonna be played until the end of tomorrow's stream. Sorry, bud. But yeah, no. We're playing games in chronological order. Right now, we're at Divided Zero. We're gonna do Tectonic Ink next, but I'm wrapping up with the feedback for this one. Third to last, hell yeah. Yes, you know exactly when your game will be played because when tomorrow's stream's happening, you could either wait for the VOD and just fast forward towards the end section and know when that's happening. Um, yeah, so give some interesting level design feedback. Not well versed in level design, so would love to learn some. If you want to learn about consistent design language, play Ooh. It communicates so much through level design. Yeah, the thing is, like, this is a side scroller. This is a 2D game. So unlike a 3D game, the player isn't allowed to fully like have control of their camera to get a good view of their surroundings before moving on. They're fixated on what's just on the screen. That's one of the limitations of 2D games. And it's one of the reasons why I personally don't like working in 2D because it doesn't match up with my personal immersion. I like, when I'm playing a game, me as the player should more or less be able to see what the character in the game sees. But because this is 2D, the character technically can see ahead, whereas me as the player, I can't see anything that's out of the bounds of my screen unless I put myself in danger. Um, so giving the player a way to kind of look ahead and see some of the upcoming obstacles, maybe including a checkpoint system, like right before tough challenges, so if the player fails, they're able to revert and try again without getting too frustrated. Again, miscommunication leads to frustration. Frustration leads to people not liking your game, not having fun, and dropping it straight up. So having things that forgive the player in certain areas would go a very, very long way. If it's like a roguelike kind of game or like a Metroidvania type of game, like having certain areas that you can solve a puzzle and it unlocks a shortcut. So if you have to reset, you can take the shortcut and not worry too much about redoing every single challenge to get back to that point because there will be certain instances where the challenge just fail. The player will fail the challenge and they have to redo that first challenge over and over again before they even get a chance to redo that other challenge. So like I'll be doing in one singular level that's set with like 5 different challenges. I'm doing the first challenge 100 times, the second challenge only 30 times, and the third challenge only 10 times, before like maybe I get to the end of the level. That's not a good distribution of gameplay. You want to make sure that the player is able to experience the entirety of the level about an equal amount of times, unless it's like a really challenging section. But if the challenging section is in the middle and there's no checkpoint, then they have to redo the easier challenges, which they might also fail as well before they even get to the hard challenge. And then when they surpass that hard challenge, then it's, an even slimmer chance that they even get to the end of the level. It might be another easy challenge after that they fail on because, they're just like they're on edge. Their nerves are like, they're really tense, and so that kind of leads to misclicks or something like that, and then they end up having to redo the challenge. If it's like a rage game, I get it, but also this is a game jam. I feel like making a rage game for a game jam is just going to lead to a very low fun score, unfortunately. Not saying that I would rate it low. I'm just saying in general, for any game that has that kind of like concept, mentality, gameplay for their gameplay and stuff, it will lead to that kind of frustration to players, and it will just lead to people not wanting to play the game or not liking the game. even though you did a really good job with the mechanics, like you have a lot of different hazards. You have the triangles, you have the floors that you can walk on multiple directions as well, mind you. You have the floors that you cannot walk on, like the walls and the ceilings, whatever, that you can't touch. It doesn't harm the player. And then you have those hazards that reset the player, like the triangles that move around, which is pretty interesting. So it allows the player to be like, okay, you have to time their movement. All right, cool. Like, do I go now or do I wait? And that creates a little bit of dynamic gameplay, which is really positive. Like, and then like being able to walk up and down walls and being able to do the same thing also adds to dynamic gameplay. Um, and then you also have the little nebulas, the little clouds, right? Um, we have two different types of them. You have like the red ones that are stationary, they're static, that pretty much say, hey, if you touch this, you die, you reset, which is fine. And then you have the rainbow cloud nebula thingies, right? Where those, you also, is the same exact thing, but also you can dash through it. And I feel like with those, if you're allowing the player to dash through it, then maybe you shouldn't harm the player for messing up a dash or messing up the timing on the dash. You should just let the player, you know, be able to move through that space similar to how they would move through any space with nothing in it, but they can also you add on to their experience by amplifying their dash when they dash through it. But if you just harm the player straight up, you already have those other hazards above and below the player. Like, you don't need to, make it even harder on top of that. You already have a good amount of difficulty there. So maybe that was just like an error on your part in terms of like the setting up the mechanics and stuff. Because it seemed like you, in the terms of like the level design, it seems like you did set it up so that way there are hazards in bound or in range for like the if the player were to mess up, there were they'll be able to have those hazards above and below them and stuff like that. Squelpy in the chat says, "I wonder how Celeste does it. Ever even getting over it rarely sticks a bunch of hard stuff in a row and has safety platforms, so fails aren't huge setbacks." Yeah, Getting Over It by Bennett Foddy is a very notorious rage game that players get extremely, extremely frustrated with. But they have like that super high moment when they get to the top, or get to they overcome certain challenges. But if with a checkpoint system, even though Getting Over It doesn't necessarily have a checkpoint system, but when the player fails, they're able to go back to a safer area so they can retry that challenge. If you fail supremely, then you just go all the way back. That's definitely something that could happen. But yeah, like you have like those rainbow clouds. If instead of just harming the player, if it just amplifies the dash and that's it, nothing more, no negative effects besides that, you have a great set of environmental mechanics that the player can manipulate to for you as a developer to create interesting levels, but also the player to experiment with getting, you know, experiment with the different gameplay, different paths, and different button combinations and stuff like that. But yeah, that was about all I have to say for this game. I did like the how it fits the theme thing aspect of it. I did like that. You have the two different, you have divide by zero, which throws you into an alternate dimension where you have to go to a portal at the end. But yeah, the platforming mechanics are a lot of fun. It's just the level design takes away from it because it makes it too hard. And adding a checkpoint system, I think, will be a huge benefit for levels like these. And also the camera panning to be able to see upcoming obstacles. But yeah, check out Celeste. I think Sculpey is trying to say in the chat so he can get some more uh, research on how 2D platforming can be improved. But yeah, that's Divided Zero by Shade Crow. We're gonna move on to the next one here, which is Tectonic Inc., which puts us at what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 games already. It's pretty good for what, 2 hours? Oh dang! I gotta speed things up again, huh? Let me take a quick break, real quick, though. I'm going to cool off for a second, drink some water, and then we'll move right on to Tectonic Inc. Yeah, just I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. I hope you enjoyed the cozy music because we're not cozy anymore. Let's go. We about to play some Tectonic Inc. Yeah. So next up we have Tectonic Inc. by Dolan Games. Earthquake, tsunami, volcano, meteor, impact. That's not really a description, but I'll take it. I hope more than. Yeah, well, you're. I see you're on your 16th game. You're also not, streaming and giving and verbal feedback and also doing all that kind of stuff. You could just play, rate, move on. I got shit to do here. Yes, we. So how does this fit the theme, huh? Tectonic Inc. embodies the theme as a geological singularity, the critical point of no return where cataclysmic events break the rules of human survival. Disasters like supervolcanoes and meteor impacts represent the exact mathematical and physical definition of a singularity, a sudden, infinite spike in chaos and destruction that permanently alters the planet and forces humanity into an unpredictable new reality. I feel like a lot of that is going to be on the game page, so we'll check that out. I'll watch that be a repeat. Oh, that's bright. Oh God, my eyes. Tectonic Inc., a video game about tectonic activities such as earthquake, tsunami, volcano, meteor impact, and their consequences for humanity and Earth environment. This project uploaded for the Interstellar Game Jam 2026. That's a misconception right here. This isn't the only game jam of the year. This is Interstellar Game Jam 9. We haven't done 2000 and how many is that? 18 or whatever more game jams. That's too many game jams. I haven't even participated in that many game jams. Okay, this is the ninth Interstellar Game Jam. Subtract over 2000 from there. Important note: if you're wondering why nothing happened when you reach 1,000 damage, that is on me. I accidentally nested Game Over panel under Tech Tree panel in the last build. As it reached 1,000 damage, open Tech Tree panel, then the Game Over panel will appear above it. Gotcha. Missing features: self healing Earth and Earth damage heat map. Okay, so I'll just be sure not to mention these if you already are familiar with those. If I run into it, did I make a game for the jam? No. The only Interstellar Game Jam that I participated in was the very first one. Double it and give it to the next person. If you're wondering why nothing happened, blah 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 blah. Yeah. So missing features: self healing Earth and Earth damage heat map. Tech tree, tsunami and volcano. Cities can improve Earth healing or worsen it depending on the city. And you got some credits here. Heck yeah. So this is a download game. I should already have it downloaded, so give me a second while I set that up for us. Oops. There we go. Sorry, I was just checking messages real quick. All right, here we go. Hey, we got developer in the chat. Welcome, Dolan. All right, here we go. I didn't see any controls anywhere, but I'm guessing this is like a kind of point and click type of game. Caribbean. Let's start with the Caribbean. What do I do here? The time is ticking. Okay. Connected boundaries 9. Current movement not moving. Okay, so let's see if anything here is moving. Oh boy, that's oh. That's a lot of tectonic plates. Is this accurate, by the way? Tutorial. Oh, I didn't see that. All right, so page 1, click plate altiplano. Where's click plate AP? Okay. The plate bar on the right side of the screen. Okay. Page 2, click move plate on the left side of the screen. Let's move it. Oh boy. Let's get it out of there. Okay. Oh, choose east arrow, then confirm. Whoops, my bad. I fucked up. I fucked up. We're gonna restart. Sorry. I didn't properly follow the tutorial. Oh, this is real data. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so AP. Okay, move plate. Okay, go east. Okay. Wait and see the boundaries of the plate turn red. Okay. When stress reaches maximum, release an earthquake, which is the red circle. When stress reaches maximum, dark red, it releases an earthquake, red circle. Okay. Stress resets and accumulates again, you get TP. Toilet paper. Use toilet paper to move other plates or upgrade the skill tree. Note, skill tree is not available in this version. Try to reach 1,000 damage. Gotcha. Interessante. So connected boundaries 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That costs 50 toilet paper. This one's only 2. Okay, so we can go south. I'm guessing the ones with more boundaries might cause more toilet paper. Oh, not enough points. Okay. $200 toilet paper. Whoa. Okay, like these little ones are kind of where we want to play around with for now because they're pretty inexpensive. So we'll start with all these little ones first and try to get more points. I'm sure by pressing them together, it causes more pressure faster. Can we get this little guy here? Yep. Let's move these south. Let's just mess up Antarctica real quick. Let's just move everything south. Heck yeah. Let's get these plates moving. Okay. This is pretty cool. Like, I'm learning a good amount of tectonic plate stuff here. Sweet Caroline, ba ba ba. The Galapagos. Okay, once everything starts moving, I think we're Gucci. Let's check the chat real quick. Tech tree is not functional yet. Okay. The panels at the top are on top of each other. UI is my kryptonite. Click map view. 1 second. Let me finish getting all these moving first, and I'll start checking some other menus. Okay. Not moving. Move. Okinawa, Panama, Riviera, South Bismarck, Scotia, Shetland, Solomon Sea, Sandwich. What? Timor, not moving. Move. Tonga, Woodlark, and Yangtze. Okay, map view. Oh, we hit 1,000. Earth damage is now irreparable. Life is hard in this hellish environment, even for bacteria. In the age of singularity, humanity tried to master tectonic power, but nature answered back with something older, harsher, and impossible to control. Nature is scary. Superquake. Summon asteroid? Dang. Tsunami, super tsunami? That's pretty cool. I know you didn't get it working just yet, but that's pretty clever. Hit. So what's the difference between map view? Oh, that's map view. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that's better. It just wasn't popping up, I think, because we already hit 1,000 damage or something, right? That makes sense. So where's... That's Timor. Sandwich. Where's Sandwich at? It's sandwiched. I played this before the jam and was wondering why that built out a huge plane through it. Sandwich! I want to go visit Sandwich. I'm curious now. I gotta... Hold on a second. I'll get to reviewing the game in just a second, but I am curious into where exactly Sandwich is. Hold on a second. I don't want to dox myself. I open up Google Maps. South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. South Georgia Island. Where's Sandwich Island at? And the Sandwich Islands. Are these it here? Seal Island, Cook Island, Bristol, Montague, Saunders. These are Central Islands, but where's Sandwich Island at? Are y'all Sandwich? No. Sandwich Islands is here. South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. Sandwich. Put money for Shadow go to Sandwich. Web builds on playlists I delay. I can't read the JSON coordinates. Apply for student finances. I'm watching this. Where the heck is Sandwich at? Hold on a second. Sandwich Islands. So these are included, but I don't see it exactly. That's the Bellingshausen Island. Southern Thule Islands. Okay. We already saw Bristol. We saw Montague. Saunders. But there's no... Okay, there's more here. Candlemas. Vindication. Visokoi. Zavodovsky. Fuck is Sandwich at? Yo, it's the Falkland Islands. The Falkland Islands, sorry. It's not a single island, it's plural. Are these all of them Sandwich Islands? Because this one in particular says South Georgia Island. And right here it says South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands, but like, that's a cool fjord right there. But nowhere does it actually specifically say Sandwich. Cooper Island. Okay, there's some other smaller islands around here. The Pickersgill Islands. We have Tanner Island. These don't have names, it seems. What about y'all? Endurance Island. Oh, what's that? Anenkov Island. Oh, Main Island. Okay. Bird Island Station. Bird Island over here. Trinity Island. Willis Islands. Verdant Islands. Hall Island. Proud Island. Okay. Vaughan Island. I don't know. What's this? Safe Arbiter Island? Okay. Some of these are just probably like tiny islands, huh? I don't see this Albatross, this Prion. I don't see any Sandwich Islands with the proper name Sandwich. Unfortunate. You just say Central Islands, Southern Thule, Traverse Islands. Yeah. It's somewhere around there. We'll find it someday. They're all sandwich. They're all Sandwich Islands. But the implication of South Sandwich Islands means that it implies that there are North Sandwich Islands. Edinburgh of the Seven Seas. Inaccessible Island. What makes it so inaccessible? Nightingale Islands. Okay, I think we're done looking at islands now. But I will say, like, North Sandwich is in Europe, is it? I'm guessing what, like in the Arctic somewhere? So you would think it'd be like on a similar fault line, so like right around here somewhere. Y'all making me learn shit is a tad far from Europe. Why would they do that? I'm sorry. I'll go back to the game screen. Oh man. Okay, I really like the educational aspect of this game. The UI, like you said, it needed a little bit of work for sure for the globe mode. It looks like the map mode, the UI worked pretty well. Um, but the tech, the skill tree, the tech tree, that kind of stuff. Unfortunately, we didn't get to really see that fleshed out too much. Um, but once you got the ball rolling and stuff like that, I was able to get to 1,000 pretty quickly to the point where I didn't even notice I hit 1,000. So maybe like how you're saying, like the earth healing itself would be a nice touch, like you mentioned already. I guess let's just start with what you wrote down first. So like yeah, the self healing earth, like that'd be huge to let the player have something to fight against. The earth damage heat map. I mean, you had like those like impacts. I think having more of those, or at least having it be more prominent, would be pretty good. Tech tree. Not too sure how you would implement the tech tree exactly. Like I saw that it was there. I'm not sure like how that would work. Like when you click on the tech, would that like give you the ability to do that thing, and then that costs certain points and stuff? It costs TP to use, or is it like you click on that tech and then like periodically the earthquakes that you're causing would have that happen every once in a while? Like there's like a percentage chance of that happening. I'm not sure how exactly we want to implement that. My suggestion would probably be like unlocking the ability and it costs TP or something. Yeah, cities, that's something that the earth should just like develop over time. Like right now, I mean, like, it says we're in the 2026 right now, but I feel like having time move faster, and then the cities can develop at a certain speed. You have to kind of work against the cities. You have to work against the humans on the planet to destroy it as best as you can. Not too sure who we're playing as. Like, are we playing Planet Earth? Are we Earth in this game? It says Tectonic Inc., so it implies that we're a company that is utilizing the tectonic plates for something. Um, so yeah, I think like using those TP as like you're using that to cause earthquakes, but it also generates not only more TP, it generates damage, but also generates TP. So I'm not sure like how that economic balancing works out exactly. I'm not an economics major. I don't work with economy in games, at least not yet. So I'm not too familiar with how balancing all that works. But I feel like if you're spending points to do something, there also has to be some way to earn those points as well that maybe not be directly connected to the way you spent those points. Like, for example, like you use the TP to generate the earthquakes, right? But then generating the earthquakes gives you like another currency that you can use in the tech tree and the skill tree. But whatever you do, whether it's tech tree slash skill tree stuff or the earthquakes that you're generating, both of them can lead up to like the damage on the earth, for example. So that way, like TP probably like generates on its own, right? Um, but then like as you do certain things in the tech tree, that allows the TP to move up a little bit faster or something. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas around. I'm not too sure exactly how to balance economy in a game like this, but yeah, I did have a lot of fun learning a lot about the different tectonic plates and stuff. Um, yeah, it's just really cool to see like those, like how some of those mountain ranges formed and everything like that. Yeah, fixing the UI, that's obviously a given. The sound, the audio could use some improvement. Um, like obviously, like the earthquakes, it should sound a little bit more prominent. Maybe adding a little bit more screen shake and stuff, since the earth is quaking and shaking. I think like having the earth actually like move as as the intensity gets more and more. Uh, and the music, I think it needs to loop a little bit better. But let's see what else. Tutorializing the player could use some work as well. It seems like in the chat, some people miss the tutorial, and even I missed the tutorial until you told me about it in the chat, and then I looked at it and did it. But having like a tutorial level, even though it's obviously all the same Earth, but having a tutorial level, um, and limiting the options for the player. Like we have all the options available to us right away, which for some people can be pretty overwhelming. I think by tutorializing the player, by focusing on like a small cluster or something. Like I know you tutorialize them like right over here, but maybe focusing on like one of those like clusters over here, and just like giving them a handful of like small and micro, and then as they start their business, or since we're Tectonic Inc., we start our business in a small area, and then once we get to a certain damage threshold, then we advance to like the next level, and then you give us more options, bigger options, and stuff like that. And then the final level, you give us access to everything, you know. And you could also have that set up in different time periods too. Like at first, maybe we do start off in modern day, but then the final level is like set 100 years in the future or something, or like 1,000 years in the future, and the planet looks different. Like it's not the same Earth that we know right now, but you know you can kind of like use the data that we have now, and then maybe like see what the Earth would kind of like look like in 1,000 years, and and use that as a kind of basis or whatever to visualize what the Earth would look like at that point. Just an idea. Obviously, you don't have to do that, but as time progresses, because as levels go on, you get more access to more territory, whatever. It'll make sense that time would progress at that point as well. The cities would also be more developed, and so you have more of a fighting force going against the player. So starting off small with like a handful of small and micros, and then introducing some subcontinental ones before you get to like the big continental ones, like you know maybe like one or two, uh like we start off in like right here, like South America, for example. You could do like the South American main continent one and like some surrounding ones there before you give them access to like North America and then the rest of the world and stuff like that. So that way you're progressively like introducing the player to more and more mechanics, more and more skill tree elements and stuff. And as they get to like the final level, when they have the whole globe at their disposal, the damage threshold that they have to reach is a lot higher as well. And they have more elements working against them that help bring the damage down. So you really got to work against that kind of stuff. But those are just some suggestions that I have if you want to continue working on something like this. Because honestly, I feel like maybe I'm not trying to force you to do anything you don't want to do, but it seems like you're really passionate about this subject matter. And if you want to continue working on something like this, I think it could be a really, really useful educational tool for folks so they can learn the different tectonic plates that, you know, are I was going to say available, that exist in our world, and could also even teach them, like, for example, if you want to go like the tutorial route, for example, like I was talking about before, you could go back in time, you know, in the past and relive some natural disasters and stuff like that, you know, like what's it called? The Caribbean tectonic plate and stuff like that. Haiti has undergone like a lot of natural disasters and stuff like that. So like maybe one of the missions could be like, I mean, it sounds mean, it sounds really fucked up, but like one of the missions could be like causing those natural disasters so they could get an understanding of like why it was such a big deal in the past and something like that. And you can also introduce certain mechanics by doing so. Um, but yeah, like using historical elements to teach in the past, like why there were certain tsunamis or earthquakes and natural disasters in the past, and then kind of move it on into the future, where obviously because it's futuristic, it's non-historical, but could help us maybe be aware of certain tectonic plate activity that could happen in the future. And for those that play the game, Maybe there's some people that will grow up to, start their own mega corporations or become political powers that they become aware of certain uh, potential natural disasters that they could, take into account. I don't fucking know. I'm just throwing big ass what ifs, but the point is that this has a really good potential for people to learn a lot. And if you keep working on it, I think it could be a really, really useful educational tool. But yeah, thank you for submitting a game. Thank you for joining us in the chat. And yeah, it's good to be educated in general. To be fair, yeah, 100%. And games are a great medium to educate people. Like, there's the whole like education. I was gonna say like genre of games, and I'm not a huge fan of educational genre games where like, oh, play our game because you can do math and stuff like that. As an adult, and I don't have too much care for that kind of stuff. For kids, it's really really handy. But a game like this could be handy for every age range. Like every age range entirely. And it's not an educational game in that regard, where it's just like, come on guys, let's learn something today. It's more like an educational game, like that, in the regard that you can play the game and learn something by playing the game versus the game trying to shove education down your throat, because then that becomes unappealing. And you just saw us go into Google Maps to, to look at fucking the Sandwich Islands, Like, I would have not done that if it weren't for your games. I would have not learned something today if it weren't for your game. So thank you for that. Yeah, yeah, the similarities are there. I'm sorry. Yeah, but yeah, you get where I'm trying to get. Dog on the Pewter says I was working on a Plague Inc. game just last month. Oh, inspired by Plague Inc. That's pretty cool. Plague Inc. I played that game a while ago, like years ago. On, I don't even know how many phones ago I played it, but it was a mobile game for me at the time. Obviously, it's probably a PC game and maybe even a console game now, but I played it on mobile, and that was a fun game to play. And this was way before the pandemic, so I'm sure the game had a resurgence when the pandemic came around. But yeah, this was a really fun educational kind of game, and it could definitely, if you keep working on it, can get you know even better, and making it so that way people learn without even knowing that they're learning. I think that's the main distinction I'm trying to make here, is that there's like the educational games that kind of try to shove education down your throat, that rub a lot of people the wrong way. And there's the games that are fun, that teach players along the way, that doesn't necessarily like shove it down their throats, but it's just like, hey, by the way, fun fact. Everyone's like, oh shit, that was a fun fact. That's pretty cool. I wasn't expecting to learn. But if they're expecting to learn, they might not enjoy it as much. I guess that's the distinction I'm trying to make. But I'm gonna move on to the next game and try to see if we can beat that one in 15 minutes and get done done with all these games up here. But thank you again for joining us. Thank you again for submitting and for teaching me some stuff about tectonic plates, especially the Sandwich Islands, which I might go check out in real life someday. Who knows? And bring some sandwiches too. But yeah, Tectonic Inc. That was by Dolan Games. Shout out to the dev. Check out the game and rate it, please. Oh man, I just realized this doesn't even have that many ratings. Please rate this game. I know it's a download, which is another thing that we can talk about, but this definitely needs a few more ratings. I think it did just squeeze past the median, but I think a couple more ratings could help it make sure it stays above the median. The discussion made me hungry. Hopefully for some sandwiches. All right, let me sip some water, and we'll move on to the next one. Oh man, I talk too much, huh? All right. Next up, we have event underscore horizon. Submitted by Dog on the Pewter. Oh, snap. Dog on the Pewter is in the chat right now. What's up, Dog on the Pewter? Some people will say putter, I'm sure, huh? But no, I know. Retrieve satellites from the pool of a black hole. You must be resourceful to retrieve them all. You must avoid the black hole while completing your objectives and using fuel wisely to not get trapped in the singularity. And this is a game that's on browser. Um, Also, for some of the games that have been getting some lower ratings, or like not lowers in quality, but lowers in quantity. Um, I will say like some of the reasoning is because the game is an install only game. However, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. There are games that you want more people to play, and there are games that you just want to people to have a good experience, you know? So there's that trade off between having a browser game where you can get as many people to play the game as possible, which leads to a lot of ratings. However, depending on how complex your game is, running it on the browser might lower the quality of the game and thus lowering the quality of people's experiences, in which case could lead to lower quality ratings. And especially if you have more ratings, if more ratings are lower quality, that could lead to your game ranking a lot lower overall in the jam. The trade-off is if you have an install game, you have less people playing your game, which is unfortunate, and that threatens you getting below the median, which lowers your overall ranking and everything as well. But the quality of the game that people are be getting will be a lot higher. There's that trade-off, you know. It's like, do you want more ratings or do you want somewhat better ratings? You know, I'm not saying that particularly about this game. I'm just saying in general, if certain games have like shaders and a lot of assets and it's 3D and all that kind of stuff, the web build for a game like that, which the quality of it will be drastically lower than a download version of that same exact game. But if the game is like, you know, pretty low, like low poly, and the mechanics are, you know, pretty low, or like there's nothing is too intense, and it runs on browser just fine, then you're perfectly fine too. But that's just something to keep in mind for other game jams going forward, not just this one, but just all game jams, is that depending on what kind of game you're making, you should make the distinction whether you should make it download only or browser as well. That's just me speaking in general. I'm not picking on this game in particular, but I'm just speaking in general. I'm pretty sure there's one thing that do a bad job of explaining, but I'm not sure. So kind of we're having less players plays incentivize me. My main goals games make people play in game, enjoy the game for these stuff. Yeah, so it depends on what your personal goal is for game jams. Like getting a lot of people to play a game, it can be good. You definitely want to have a good amount of eyes on it because it leads to more feedback. But if the build that you're putting in front of them is of lesser quality, that feedback might be a little bit tainted because they're getting a worse experience. So it might not be exactly the feedback that you're looking for, especially if that version of the game. There are certain instances like in the download build, it doesn't have those issues, but in the web build, it does have those issues. And we have seen that in the past with some of these games where it's just like, hey, please play the download version. The web version has a couple of bugs, and that might be either because like the download version was made after the web version, or if they were made at the same exact time, the download version just doesn't have those issues just straight up. So having people rate your game, even though you know the game is better and they know the game is better, but the game that they played wasn't the better version, that can affect your rating. And if you're trying to get higher ratings, then that's just one thing to consider. But if your game doesn't suffer any of those issues whatsoever, then by all means, you know, full send, go straight for the web build. Um, because people don't like installing games, and rightfully so. It's you know, they're taking up their computer space, you know, their storage space, and they're also risking their computer if certain people like have malicious intent. Not saying anyone in this jam does, but in a bigger jam like GMTK or Brackeys, you never know. GMTK had over 10,000 submissions and stuff, for example. All right, let's check out this game page and we'll jump right in. Retrieve the lost satellites. Don't get caught in Singularity. All assets were made during the game jam. Art is A Sprite and Krita. You made it in. Nice. Music, you made it in that. As effects, made in those as well. Interesting. Interesting. All right, so okay, so WS is throttle, A and D is to rotate, space is afterburner, and R is to reset. Okay. Yeah, it was like 10.6K submissions or something for GMTK. Where am I? Oh, I'm supposed to be going that way. Whoops. Oh, let's reset. No. Oh, okay. I'm over here just going full throttle. Nice. Oh, there's the map. Okay, I was the blue dot. I didn't think I was, but I am. Oh, and the black hole is sucking me in. Oh shit. No. Uh-oh. I'm dead. Oh, there's no black hole in the middle. Okay. Just slowly drift in. Oh, the map changes too, it seems. Okay. Oh. Oh. No. Okay. I'm out of fuel. God damn it. Okay, I will drift into this first one here. Red line, you're pretty much dead unless you want a lot of speed. Okay. Let's see how he understands the mechanics. I can feel the stress when it pulls you away. I want to ask some Shadow, if you don't mind. Do you know you can refuel in safe zone? I was just about to ask what are the refuel conditions because it seems that uh, let's see if I can get both of these. Yeah, fucking send it. Oh, GG. The intro comes after the safe zone message. I wanted to do what I need to kind of associate the two, but ran out of time, so it's my botch solution. Gotcha. I thought I thought I was getting fuel from a checkpoint because it was like you tutorialize the player what to do and they say safe zone, fuel refilled. I thought that was happening after I got tutorialized. Alright, so we'll drift for a little bit. Hit this and see if we can boom 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 grab all four of those real quick. Um, Go, 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 get out of there. Go, 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 go. Come on. I think I'm screwed, y'all. Yeah. Alright, we'll just calmly drift to the first one. And then we'll save our fuel for the other ones. I'll read the chat in the meantime. Same logic as Shadow. Makes a lot of sense. I saw the streamer yesterday do the same thing. I wasn't too sure. I just thought it was some sort of way to make sure you went upwards. You have enough fuel for the game. For strategies, I think it's probably because there were no like narrative reasons to suggest you refuel there if there's no refuel station or something like that. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I thought I was gonna get the fuel from hitting the satellite, which makes more like gameplay sense. Like you reach the objective, it counts as a checkpoint or something, you know? Nice. First one obtained. Get the fuck out of here. Get a refuel, okay. Let's see if we can come on in with a drift. The 10th way was more you go in and out. Gotcha. Bad job getting across the player. So I mean, yeah, it doesn't. You didn't really let us know. I mean, it kind of said, "Hey, you're in the safe area," but I didn't know the outside the circle was also not just safe area, but also like a. Whoa. Oh, what? Oh man. Hold on a second. Let me reread the chat. More you go in and out, the badges could go. Most people go into knowing the main strat well enough, soonish enough. Yeah. So first it is to get within vicinity of the rocket. The game will just beat them down, so they're forced to go at it one at a time, which isn't very fun. Plus, it's funner to just send it. So maybe weaker black hole. I think yeah, weaker black hole because like once you like you said, once you're in the red zone, you're done. Um, I want to be able to slingshot around the black hole, and I'm pretty sure I can, but it doesn't seem like it's possible for me at the moment. But yeah, weaker black hole, and also having a physical black hole on the map. Because once I get there, it's just a screen that says game over instead of me seeing the black hole and then having that oh shit panic moment. Because then I might be able to maneuver a little bit more effectively if I saw if I saw the black hole in particular, like creeping off in the corner or something, you know. But yeah, also I'm making it weaker could help because once you're like in that trajectory, you're kind of just screwed. Theory incentivizes the strat shadows in the beginning by having the satellites refuel. Yeah, like way more than in the safe zone. Agrees more stressful and like, whoa, dangerous situation. Got to manage our fuel, aka challenging. Oh shit, I'm in the. Can I get this other one? Yeah, boy. No, 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 no. Don't go that way. Don't go that way. No. I'm fucked, y'all. Uh, let's see. Same sentiments. Orbital mechanics are fun to play around with. They really are. I just wish I was able to slingshot myself because you see, like, I'll be like drifting like this in the circle, like going around, right? But then the arrow or the red line trajectory, the prediction trajectory, just goes and straight into the black hole. It doesn't even let me use that as an actual trajectory. Definitely use it to fling yourself around. Orbital mechanics are stupid fun. Hell yeah. Can't realize to procrastinate from developing the game by playing the game. It'd be like that, especially as a level designer. You're just playing the level over and over and over again. Procrastinate from developing the game by playing the game. By playing your own game is a real time sink you don't consider. Yeah, I'm dead. Visualize a black hole, weaker black hole. Yeah, and that line too is pretty good predictive line, but it keeps getting altered and altered, so it doesn't really like. I feel like maybe better prediction software. Yeah, that's two. Let's get the fuck out of here. All right, let's refuel and then figure out how we're gonna get these last three. All right. All right. Yeah. Yeah. Visualize a black hole, weaker black hole, and senses with the satellites with fuel more. Also realizing now chaining satellites will be just a great mechanic. Yeah. Um, I'm not too sure if you want to keep the satellites as a physical collider, maybe just a trigger, because when I hit the satellite, my ship goes wonky, splunky, and it just really changes the direction I'm going to, and then it causes a fail state, which is unfortunate. I'm about to hit the satellite. Yeah, like that. Yeah, like that. Just like fucking that. Yep. And then we die because I can't see the black hole popping up on my screen. Oh, we had a good run right there. Increase attraction squarely with distance. Yeah, that's another thing too. Like, I mean, it seems like that's the case right now, but it gets like it really sucks you in when you get too close to that black hole. But yeah, not being able to see it is huge because I don't know where I'm going. Would like imagine so much with like so much extra bonus fuel from satellites. Assume so from the prediction being off. Yeah. Looking into that, I think the area is also because of strong black hole, no drag really. Okay. Oh, I fucking missed the satellite. Yeah, getting hit by the satellite really fucks up your strats, you know? But yeah, orbits are possible. The prediction one is off, especially as you get really close. It looks like it does like a slingshot around or whatever, but then it just sucks you in, which is kind of unfortunate. Um, Kind of know why, but kind of don't. What do you use for your gravity equation? La, la, la. Okay, it's a lot of math going on in the chat right now, so I'll let y'all math it out. No! Get the fuck out of there! Go, you son of a bitch! That's it, it's over. Just finish your astrophysics exam. Nice. Congrats. Who said game dev wasn't rocket science? Fucking hell, it is, isn't it? I do like the gravitational pull, although, like I said, I think it's too strong at the moment. We mentioned visualization, but also I think like you have like difficulty rings here too. You like the green zone, like yeah, the outside of the green zone is a safe zone where you can refuel. Maybe you can keep that, but also like having the satellites refuel you because it's like sometimes to try to get to each individual satellite, you have to burn a good amount of fuel, and then if it's too close to the black hole, you want to get yourself out of there right afterwards. Making the satellites triggers instead of colliders, that way you can hit it, but it doesn't change your ship's orientation uh, when you hit it, because then it can send you into a death spiral pretty quickly, and that's not fun. I do see why you want to have people float around and have the outside of the green zone be a safe area so people can just fly around and reposition themselves to get the better angle. Um, that being said, so you have like that the inside of the green zone, which should be level one. So maybe like having one, two satellites, whatever there, maybe three. Then you have inside the yellow zone, which seems to be the end game zone, but that should be level two. Like this should be like something that has like two satellites or whatever. And then you have the red zone, which is probably good for like one satellite or something. Get the fuck out of there! All right, we got three. We got three. Two to go. The colliding part was fun. I mean, to each their own, I suppose. It is subjective, but if you're hitting it at a high speed and if it's really close to the black hole, it can lead to the player just dying and losing all their progress, and that can lead to frustration. And we talked already a little bit about how frustrated players act. Whoa. One to go. But yeah, having scaling difficulty, I think, is really important. So like within the green zone, having like let's say three, and within the yellow zone you have two, and within the red zone you have just one. So that way, like you can hit that last one, and then maybe you get a win status. But well, we'll see. I have a feeling that once I touch this last one, I get the game over screen in a good way. I feel like after you get all the satellites, your objective should be to get out of the zone in order to win. I haven't got there yet, so I don't know if that's the case or not, but I have a sneaking suspicion that this is going to end the game as soon as I touch the satellite. Yeah, I guess it's a force. Just slowly introduce a player and then give them more of a challenge at the end. I get what you mean. Yeah, yeah. Oh, Sculpey's going to bed. Nice, Sculpey. Okay, we're gonna do like this because I have a feeling this curve is going to do that in a second. So we'll do this. Yep, I knew it. I knew it. 5 out of 5. Fuel use 407. Afterburner 26. Rank B. Woo. Extra objectives: dodge event horizon, fuel conserver, and under control. Does that mean I did those? Brain truffle, something to revolutionize orbit predictions. May or may not help. Well, that's pretty cool. But heck yeah, we did it. We beat the game. I didn't think I would beat it, actually. I thought I was going to lose. But yeah, no, there was yeah, like scaling the difficulty for the player, giving them more options on the outer edge, and then like one singular option on the inside. Like I was saying, I kind of predicted this was going to happen just because it's a game jam and I have like a little bit of a predictive sense. But once you get that last satellite, I think the objective should change to just like leave the singularity zone and then trigger the win screen after they leave the area. For example, like if they do things out of order, like if we do three in the green area, two in the yellow area, and then one in the red area, if the player accidentally hits the one in the red area, earlier on in the game, and then gets that green one at the end, uh, having it trigger the end screen when they hit that last one, I feel like would be a little bit like weird. And if they hit that red one at the end, obviously the point is to not get sucked into that black hole. So you want to push them to be like, hey, you got all the satellites, now get out of there. And that could be like a secondary win condition. Like, yeah, I got a sixth sense, low key. Yeah, I've been playing a few jams here and there. That's what I mean by forcing you to play one by one thing. Yeah, busy bees. Yeah. But yeah, I do like the physics for it, like the slingshotting mechanics, stuff like that. I just think the black hole is really, really, really strong, especially for something that we can't see. If we were able to see it, then we can probably predict in the gameplay a bit better. But it being like on a mini map makes it way harder to detect how close we are to it. And it also takes away from that oh shit feeling from the player, like when their heart drops, like when you're taking off on an airplane and stuff and you feel a little bit like light in your chest because you have that obstacle, that hazard really, really close to you. Another thing too is I know I was complaining about the satellites bonking you and sending you into random directions. I kind of still stand by that. However, I feel like we can have the best of both worlds here, where you have just the satellites being a trigger collider and not of like a actual collider. But you could still have like asteroids and planets or whatever floating around that you could bump into and they can mess you up. So you can still have that element of there being other obstacles that challenge the player that the player would have to avoid and course correct in order to actually get to the satellite, especially for like the green zone, for example. You probably have more of those in the green zone and less of them in the red zone, but still like the red zone, the challenge there is that the gravity is a lot stronger, and the green zone, the challenge there is that there's just like asteroids bumping around that can mess up your trajectory. So that way, the green zone's still a hazard for the people in the red zone because as they're low on fuel and trying to make it out of the range of the singularity, they still got to worry about bumping into those asteroids on their way out of there. So I feel like having that element could really elevate the game and still keep some of the gameplay feeling that you have included already, but just taking it a whole step further, taking it to another level. You can keep the exterior area, refuel the player. You can definitely keep that there, but I think having the satellites also refuel you could be huge too, especially for like players that like they if you're adding obstacles and all that kind of stuff, and the players putting themselves in a really precarious situation once they achieve their objective, or at least like 1 of 5, whatever, of their objective, then giving them a little bit of extra fuel so they can be like, okay, cool, I have enough to at least get myself out of here. And that could also give them like an in-game, in-lore explanation as to how they're able to get their fuel back, because the satellites have fuel, but maybe their what's it called, their navigational computer is fried, and because of that they're drifting into that black hole. Chaining satellites will give a lot of opportunities for like really fun moments in the lineup too. Exactly. Like maybe they don't have to refuel them 100%, maybe it could be like 25 or 50%. But if we have enough satellites nearby to each other, it can create some really interesting moments. And you could also have like some more levels, not just like the difficulty within the green, yellow, and red zone, but also another level that introduces a different hazard, or maybe even like power ups and stuff like that too. Like who knows? I don't know, like a drill or something, so that way if they bump into something, they break it instead of it bumping into them or whatever. Just some ideas, just some thoughts. But also too, when I first started, you have my spaceship pointing up. So my immediate instinct is to just send it full throttle, full send in that direction, thinking that there was a objective in front of me. Because it's a tutorial. The tutorials usually just have something immediately in front of the player. So I went full send in the wrong direction, like SpongeBob in boating school. I floored it, going the wrong direction. I had to restart to actually reorient myself because I was so far off the map I couldn't even see myself. So having one objective be immediately in front of the player as a tutorial to be like, hey, here's the controls, here's where you go, here's the objective, boom, you did it. Do you get it? Cool. And then either progress to the next level or you know have that level play out in its entirety. Um, the music could be a little bit louder. It was pretty quiet. The sound effect of the afterburner sounded like some pots and pans, which is a little bit jarring on the ears. But overall, I did like the sound effects that you had on there. Completely blew past my mind. Exactly. But I'm glad I'm able to play the game and show you, as I'm talking to you about this, show you what it is I'm talking about, so you can learn. If not for continuing this project, again, there's the Post Jam Productions Post Jam Game Jam. If you want to work on it some more, submit it to that and do that. But also so that way you can, for a future project, take some of these lessons and be like, hey, I learned a lot from that last game jam, especially with the live stream. Let's try this again and use everything that I learned to make a better game for this other upcoming game jam. So I'm glad I'm able to provide some good feedback for you. And thank you for submitting the game, and thank you for joining me in the chat. Otherwise, I don't know if I would be able to finish it. It might have taken me a lot longer to understand the mechanics. I feel like I have much better understanding about it. We want to do the post jam game jam. Flying out tomorrow, so have to be something to carry with me. But seriously, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. And the reason why I do this is because I wish somebody was doing this for me when I started game dev or when I participated in game jams, just because alone watching somebody play your game is extremely valuable. But then going the extra mile and providing feedback, especially with the experience that I have from both participating in game jams and hosting my own game jams, I have a lot to offer, and I feel like I'm just, paying it forward, you know? But yeah, that was Event Horizon by Dog on the Pewter. Shout out to the dev in the chat. Check them out. If you want to check this game out, it's the link to the page of all the submissions. All these are in the description. Check it out. Give us some more ratings. They are above the median, but I'm sure they could use more feedback. Oh wow, dang! This person, someone's shadow, has been very, very thorough with their feedback in the comments. I've been noticing. Love to see it. Yeah, but yeah, it looks like you got a great amount of feedback already, but definitely more is always valuable. I'm gonna sip some water and move on to the next one. Yeah, honestly, I was just worried how I would improve and make it a lot easier for all of us. Yeah, you're welcome. Anytime. Uh, Something I felt as well. I make so many detailed comments for similar reasons, and the large yaps. LMAO. Yeah, I'm a yapper. I'm sorry. I'm yapping here. Let's see. Let's see. Where are we at right now? We made it 7 games. We got through 7 games so far, and it's actually. I started the stream like at what 4 or something. Oh man, this is gonna go on for a while, isn't it? I'll keep this stream going until what time is it now? 8:30. I'll do this for a couple more hours. I really wish I can get through. Uh, at least get to like slime or something. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 games we still technically should be getting through by the end of the stream. So I'll try to get through them. I'm gonna take another break, I think, after this one, like actual like a several minute break, so I can cool off the room and cool myself off, and you know, get a little breather going. But yeah, this next one here is Singa by Tianon42. It's a short game about engineering and making friends. How does it fit the theme? Well, it's about starting up a Singularity engine and making friends. It's a download. I already have it installed, unzipped, ready to go. But let's check out the game page before we do that. This is a game that I made for Interstellar Game Jam. The theme was Singularity. Its atmosphere is hugely inspired by Space Station 13, mostly server Talseti Station. I made it in 5 days. The models were made in Blender, textures drawn in Krita, and the game engine is Godot. Includes 2 endings. Whoa, that's ambitious. There's your GitHub page, and there's more info. And it's got a lot of good comments on there. Hell yeah. Oh, we got the dev in the chat? Is that you, Toha Pushkin? Oh, see ya. See ya, someone, Shadow. Thanks again for being very thorough in your feedback with a lot of these other people in the comments and being very active in the chat too. Appreciate it a lot. Alright, seems pretty fun. Small game, but it's fun. Heck yeah. And we read everything on the page already, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Give me 1 second while I boot it up. Because it's a download, so I gotta do this a little bit off screen. I don't want y'all to look at my files, man. Okay. There it is. We'll full screen it. Uh-oh, I don't think full screen is the way we want to do that. Or is it? Yeah, I don't think we want to do full screen, unfortunately. But we'll still put it on here. Y'all will probably still see it in full screen, so that'll be fine. Yeah. All right. Now the reason why I don't want to do full screen, because if I do, then everything kind of, well, for starters, I kind of put everything off screen. But the S in Singa is also supposed to be the S in start, and that's not the case, unfortunately, because of my widescreen. Yay! So we'll play it in windowed mode, which it should be fine. No audio just yet. There might be in the game. There's no main menu audio. Singa, an abbreviation from Singularity, slang word used by engineers in game Space Station 13. Ah, that's why your game's called Singa. WASD to move, left mouse button to interact. Need some more water. Okay. Also left mouse, or also mouses to move around too. I'm not hearing sound. I did install it, so it should be fine. Oh, there is sound. Okay, there you go. Polly wants a cracker. Is that a cracker? Here you go, Polly. That's a coin. My bad. What? Come back. Just stole my cracker. Nice try. Is this a horror game? Are you about to jump scare me? Okay. Press any key to continue. No. Access engine startup protocol? No. I guess I'll say yes. Star emitters? No. Fine, yes. No. What's the point of the no button if I can't say no? What the fuck? What? Hello? Is that it? I go to sleep? What? Oh, dang. We all use WASD here. Alright. What? Did I win? Hello? Dog, is this a horror game? I don't like being scared. I think probably dropped the weapon. I'm not 100% sure. Oh, that was it. Wow, okay. GG's, I suppose. You're welcome. Oh, it just it just auto closes. Heck yeah. Um, yeah, that was a pretty short experience, I will say. So I'll try to gather. Give me a second while I gather my thoughts. For starters, I think having some background music will be helpful to at least let the player know that there is audio in the game. Having some settings to adjust the audio settings, like the music settings and the SFX settings. Um, Having more sound effects like footsteps, I think, will be helpful too, just to kind of let the player know that they're moving around and stuff and what kind of environment they're in. Um, I did like interacting with things, 100%, but it didn't seem like on the computer, for example, you had yes and no options, but no did absolutely nothing. So I don't know what the purpose of a yes no button is if there was just you only had to press yes. So I think for that computer, having some sort of mini game on that computer to allow the player to actually go yes no and then actually make those choices meaningful would be important. But you did say there was two endings here, so I don't know how I'm gonna get that second ending. I kind of want to replay it, but also I don't know what I would do differently to get to that second ending. You know, the second ending would just be to ignore Polly entirely. um, but yeah, no, this it was a nice little short, sweet experience. I did like the level design, even though it was like pretty cramped and small environment. It did still allow for players to kind of feel like they're on like a little spaceship, but I think you should make it bigger. Um, because you had a large, like not large, you had a mainly dark environment, but there wasn't much waiting for you in the darkness, you know? So I think like having some sort of obstacles or not obstacles, but objectives in the dark that you could do. Again, I'm missing an ending, so I feel like I'm missing context here, but I'm still just giving it from like my first impressions perspective, you know? What else? What else? What else? The Poly should also have like some sort of squawking sound effect as well, because I didn't realize that there was no sound. I didn't realize there was sound until I opened the door. You had the door sound effect, you had the button sound effect, you had the vending machine sound effect, even and the bag dropping. Like there was a good amount of sound effects, but there was also a good amount of lacking sound effects, like the again walking sound effect, some background music, Poly squawking, and that kind of stuff. You had a gun, but the only thing I did with it, I accidentally found out what to do. I think that was what I had to do, which was to shoot the thing that popped up. But he did that once and it was game over essentially. So having more content, more puzzles for the player to solve, a larger ship to explore would be pretty important. You give Polly cracker, Polly gives you a laser. Okay, so I solved that correctly then. Nice. All simple. Gotcha, gotcha. But yeah, having a larger ship to explore would be nice. For example, like some rooms to think of when creating like a spaceship. You did have like the cryo chamber or whatever, or like the bedroom. So that's one room for sure. You had the room where Polly was in, so that kind of seemed like a bit of like a mess hall kind of area, but making it a little bit larger. You know, like having tables, chairs, having like the vending machines off to the side. Maybe Polly's like right in the middle or something of the room, or Polly's like in the room with you, and then you have to leave the room, go there, come back, give Polly the cracker, and then later on she'll give you like the laser gun or whatever. And then you have like that engine room kind of space as well. The thing is that you also could have like I was gonna say like a cockpit, but in spaceship terms, that'd be like a bridge, you know, like a command center or something that the player can go into, use that computer or whatever, and then they have to go to the engine room to do all that kind of stuff. Especially like when the alarm starts blaring, maybe you can lock off certain rooms. Maybe there's like environmental hazards that the player has to avoid, like some fire. Maybe they got to put out the fire with an extinguisher in order to go to the bridge and check out the computer. Like there's a lot of stuff you can do with the space that you have provided and the objectives you've already given the player. But I will say that the environment is very small, and because it's small, it makes me feel like I was missing out on stuff because it was like I felt like I didn't fully explore each of the rooms. Maybe because the game was so short, but I felt like there was like something in the engine room that I wasn't able to fully grasp. The windows, the glass texture was a little bit weird, especially like the one that looked out of the ship, because it was the same glass texture on the doors. So I thought I was able to kind of like go out there in some way, shape, or form or something. But that's just I guess like an art uh, critique. Overall, though, I think that was like a nice little quaint little game. I did like Polly. I do wish Polly had some sound effects, especially if it's talking. I feel like that'd be a good opportunity for you to just flex your own voice acting skills and just say some really funny stuff there as Polly. Especially if like the protagonist doesn't talk, right? Like there's a lot of games where the protagonist doesn't talk, and that's perfectly fine. You know, there's a lot of dialogue options and stuff like that, especially in RPGs, that talking kind of takes the player out of the experience entirely. So like having a protagonist that doesn't talk is good for the player to immerse themselves with that character. Like if you as the developer are also doing the voice acting for Polly, me as the player can do the voice acting for my own character since the character doesn't have a voice, you know? And then it can create some very fun moments between the two characters because one of them is actually talking and the other one is a person that's just making up a bunch of whatever content on their end, you know? And the final threat didn't really seem too threatening, which is why like when you have the alarm blaring, if the ship was larger and there was more obstacles throughout the ship, like like the first level you're kind of just going around exploring the ship and just turning things on, but then that last level you have the alarm blaring and things are happening. I feel like that would be a good way to be like, all right, level 1, you explore the environment, is a safe environment, everything's perfectly fine. And then the second level is the same environment which you traversed already, so you should have a familiarity with it, but there's hazards spread throughout that you have to find out how to navigate through. And because you already understand how the level flows, you more or less have an idea of where to go in order to complete your objectives, you know? But that's about all the feedback that I have for the game here. Unless anyone in the chat has anything else they want to add in, I think for the most part, I'll kind of leave it at that. Um, Trying to think of any final statements I can add into. The art was cute. I liked the art of Polly. The banana didn't get me because I saw it right away. I was curious if like the banana would have tripped me or something and maybe made me unconscious. That'd be funny. Yeah. Yeah. For his size, I enjoyed playing it a lot. Yeah, it's a nice short little contained experience, and I do appreciate that for sure. But yeah, like if you want to keep working on it, you can definitely flesh it out a lot more. Or if you want to work on something similar in the future, you could definitely gain a lot from extrapolating the environment more as well, making it a little bit larger. Um, Especially with like the darkness too. Like you have these you could have like dark hallways, dark corridors. The player not fully on like knowing what's around the corner and that kind of stuff, and give it like a bit more of like an eerie kind of feel, you know. Especially if the player can't see everything right away, not just with the darkness, but also with line of sight. You can kind of guide the player through certain hallways, bends and stuff like that, and then lead them into different rooms to complete different objectives. But yeah, gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna take a quick break so I can cool off the room a little bit, hydrate, rest my vocal cords because I'm a yapper. I'm over here yapping, and I'll be right back with the next game. But yeah, this was Singa by Tianon42. I'm not sure if the developer is still in the chat, but shout out to the developer for popping in, saying hello, and shout out for them on submitting the games to the Game Jam. A good amount of ratings right now, healthy amount of ratings right now. But if y'all checked out the game for yourself, download it because apparently there's two endings, so I only showed off one ending. Check it out for yourself so you can find that second ending and rate it accordingly. I'm gonna take a quick break. Might eat a little snack, and then I'll be right back. And then when I get back, we'll do what's this Bloomware when I get back. But yeah, I'll catch you in just a few minutes, okay? BRB. All right, I'm back. I have returned. All right. What do we have next? Excuse me. Had a peanut butter and game jam sandwich. Um, yes. Okay, we're back. Next up, probably only gonna play a couple more games because one, two, three, four. That's a lot of games. First off, it's getting late. Second off, third off, I might have to do a fourth live stream. I might have to do a fourth live stream just because I'm spending a lot of time talking. I'm yapping big time this time. Um, so how many games in total do we have left? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 21, 2, 3, 4, 24 more games. I'll probably play like a couple more, so make it 22 games. We'll probably just do 11 and 11 or something like that. Or, yeah, we'll see. That being said, next up we have is Bloomware. Bloomware by Devani. It's a cozy pixel platformer about mending the world. How does this fit the theme? The narrative is a world that's falling into singularity, and she harnesses the power of singularity in her gravity blast. Okay. This is a browser game, so you can play in browsers. Check out the game page. That's bright. My eyes. It says here the world has run for a very long time, too long perhaps. Deep in a mint green forest, an ancient caretaker machine called the motherboard is running out of strength, and the balance she was built to keep is failing. Lend her your hands, gather energy ores from growing plants, earn her singularity power, and take back the tech parts hoarded by the machines that broke the world's equilibrium. How to play: you move A and D or the arrow keys. Space is jump, double jump if you press it again. E is to talk to characters and enter portals. Shift fires a gravity blast. Each shot costs an energy orb. Okay. And blast trees to shake apples loose. Press R to eat one and restore heart. Cool. Cozy hand drawn forest. Okay. Quest chain through motherboard channel dialogue. Manage energy orbs. Tech bro monsters. 2 blasts each. You know what to do. One little fish tank vending machine that has nothing to do with anything. Made in Unity for Interstellar Game Jam 9. Art, music, picks, and design by Devani. And music is chosen from Epidemic Sound. I almost mispronounced that. Oh, that's loud. I guess I have the volume down in the stream, so it should be okay, but it's pretty loud for me. Alright. Oh, a visitor. My sensor seemed to mistook you for a memory. This world has run for a long time, too long perhaps. The engines meet this strange source of singularity, and between both points are the balance apart. I was made to keep the equilibrium, but my reserves are nearly gone. And what strength remained, I spent opening this portal. The forest still keeps energy in its plants. Bring me 10 orbs from them, and I can bring to stand again. Plants hold what I need. 10 orbs, little one. I'll be here. I'm always here. Okay. Here we go. So 3 ores. We just need 10 and we're done. Damn it. Motherfucker. Hmm. Oh, can I really not get the first obstacle? No! At least I don't have to go all the way through that path. Fucking fly in my room, god damn it. There we go. Hmm. You found them. I can feel the warmth from here. Thank you. It's been a long age since anyone's helped me carry anything. With the strength, I can give something back. Hold still. This is a gravity blast. Let's shift. Okay. And the spark of singularity will answer you. The machines have roamed beyond the ones you might call tech bros. Board the parts I need to repair my board. Only singularity can counter them. Take these 5 orbs to begin. Each blast spends 1 to return to the plant where you run low. I've opened the second portal, the violet one. Bring me 10 tech parts and I can begin to mend. The parts are carried by the machines past the violet portal. 10 where you can manage it. Be careful, they do not share willingly. Where's the violet portal? Why does it bring me here? I don't like that. I ain't doing all that platforming. It should just put me at the portal that I fucking left. Oh, great. I gotta go all the way back to the other portal. I'm sorry if I'm loud. This game is ridiculously loud, and there's no settings and options menu for me to change the volume. Gotta open up my volume mixer. Gotta turn down the volume for the Google Chrome a little bit. It's so loud. There, now I can hear myself. I don't like how the portal puts me here. Now I gotta walk through this entire area again just to get to the other portal or the one I just left. If I go to the purple portal, it should leave me right here next to the purple portal. Especially since you like are asking the player to constantly come back and forth between these two areas. I shouldn't spawn here, especially if I'm trying to go back and forth between the purple portal and the blue portal. Alright, I got how many parts? 5. 5 more. These two guys up here. Cool. Why do I feel like I'm going slower when I jump? I'm trying to get all 10 now so that way I can have enough to kill those 5 people. I really don't like it. It's teleporting me way the heck over here because every single time I gotta walk through this entire area. It's annoying. One. That's 2. That's 3. 2 more to go. That's 10. Got them all. Here you go. 10 parts. You brought everyone. I can feel my circus closing again, one by one. It's like remembering my own name. With these, my board will hold, and my singularity will turn in full. The world can find its balance again. Thank you, little one. Whatever comes next, you gave this old machine a future. The equilibrium is settling. I can hear the world breathing easier. Rest now, you have earned it. Is that it? I guess that's it, huh? GG's easy. Feedback time. The jumping felt weird. There was something off about it. I think somebody in the comments mentioned that. You can't press A and D while jumping. Yeah, that's what it was. And you can feel that for sure while playing the game. There's something just off about the character controller. I hated the teleportation system. It didn't make sense to me. Like going one way, you go from blue portal to blue portal, and then coming back, you go from blue portal to right in front of the motherboard, which is like, on one hand, it's like cool. If I did the objective, I wouldn't have to backtrack that entire area to go, turn in the quest. On the other hand, if you're requiring the player to go from level 3 to level 2 in order to regain ammo that they spent in level 3, why are you making them walk the entirety of level 1 in order to get back to level 2 after they already walked the entirety of level 3 and level 2 to get the resources they need to use to get the ammo, It's a whole lot of backtracking. A whole lot of backtracking. If I'm entering and exiting a purple portal, it should put me right where the purple portal is, not on the other side of the map. Because I got to walk to that purple portal. If I did it by mistake, I got to do all that all over again. It's not worth it, God damn it. That being said, the shooting mechanics were perfectly fine. The volume was loud as heck. Please put a volume setting, please. It was extremely loud for no reason. But yeah, having settings goes a long way. My ears were hurting. I couldn't even hear myself talk or think, really. So I was pretty loud in the beginning of the playing that game. So apologies. The art is nice. It's a nice little 2D scroller. The combat was okay, although the bad guys didn't really do anything except bump into you, which was annoying only when you're trying to backtrack through the level because you failed the platforming section and now you're out of bullets, so you have to force kill yourself because there's nothing else you can do. So that kind of like defeated the purpose of the apples. The apples were meant to heal you, right? If the apples were meant to heal you, why am I spending ammo to get the apples when I could just get the fail condition, respawn, and have all my health again? If you're gonna have a fail condition, the level should reset. You should have those plants from from the second level. Those plants should be in the third level because I really, really did not like going from level 3 back to level 1, back to level 2 to get ammo that I can use in level 3. And then after I wasted all the ammo, have to do that again. Backtrack through level 3, go back through level 1, do the entire gauntlet of level 2 again so I can get max ammo, and then go back through level 1 again, because when you teleport back through the teleporters, it puts you back in that first place. So you got to backtrack a second time through that first level. I mean, I say a second time, it's like a third or fourth time, whatever, to get back to level 3 to then use the ammo to defeat the enemies. That is a ridiculous amount of backtracking. That was an unenjoyable amount of backtracking. I don't necessarily think it was the level design's fault. It was that either intentional or unintentional usage of the portals teleporting you all the way back to the place where you drop off the mission. The only time that was convenient for me as a player was when I had to turn in the mission, but I only had to turn in the mission 2 times. The amount of times I had to go back and get ammo superseded that by a lot, so I had to run through that area multiple times. Even when I went to go, turn in a quest, I didn't have to walk to that entire level to turn the quest. It just dropped me off right there. So you're forcing the player to walk through that level over and over and over again to get ammo and to kind of get into that gameplay loop. Just have the portals deliver the player on the other portal. That's it. It's expected, and it saves a lot of time, because if you have both portals right next to each other and you want the player to go from level 3 to level 2, why make them walk through level 1 multiple times, Um, like I said, the enemies didn't really do too much besides just harm you when you bumped into them, and that only became an issue when we didn't, when you failed the platforming on the upper section and ended up on the lower section. And if you had no ammo, there's no way for you to make it back to safety. I think there was no apples in the third level, and there's definitely no orbs in the third level, which means that if you wanted more ammo and or health, you had to leave the level, progress through a whole separate level to get to another level. Then you had to complete 100% of that level to have the resources that you need to progress slightly in the third level. Like it is a weird amount of backtracking that was just unenjoyable. The orbs, you should have them in the third level so you can avoid having to go back 3 whole levels, 4 levels. Because again, if you run out of ammo level 3, you got to go back to the portal. Then you have to go through level 1 to get to the other portal. Then you have to go through all of level 2 to get the orbs. Then back to that portal. Then you have to do level 1 again to get to the other portal to get back to level 3 with the resources you had at your disposal. The audio was really loud. I didn't think there was too many sound effects, like walking sound effect or shooting sound effect or enemy taking damage sound effect. Um, so adding a few more sound elements could go a long way as well. Hmm. But yeah, like I said, the controls need some work. The level design needs some work. There needs to be like some sort of settings so you can adjust the audio, because it was really, really loud. And I don't know, the enemies I feel like could have had a little bit more love in terms of like some different attack patterns. And it'd be really interesting too if the final boss was like the motherboard or something. Like after you gave the motherboard all the resources, then the motherboard becomes like a final boss that you can defeat to win the game or something. That'd be interesting. A nice little plot twist, adds more to the narrative, adds more to the gameplay, and gives the player more sense of purpose in the game. But yeah, I'm gonna move on to the next game. I think the next game is just gonna be my last one because I need to take a break. I've been streaming for too long. But yeah, that was Bloomware by Devani. Apologies for being pretty harsh there, but there's a lot of improvements to be made for sure. The art is nice. The music is okay. It's just really loud, so it makes it kind of hard to appreciate the music. Um, and yeah, like the health mechanics, I didn't really see too much use for example. So trying to prioritize certain mechanics and really get your mileage out of it too, and the levels design is really important. But yeah, so 1 second, I gotta clear out a couple things here. Hey, we still have somebody here. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right. Next up, we have Light Shot. This is another install game which I already have installed, so we're all set to go. So we're right over where are we? Right over here. So we had a good amount of games, more than last stream for sure. Otherwise, we would have ended like here or something. But it seems like we're probably going to do four live streams. I'll make that apparent in the titles for this stream and the next stream coming up as well. Because I do want to, obviously, I want to give everyone the time of day and give them proper feedback and stuff and let their game be seen, be played. But this one, I'm probably going to call it After Light Shot, and then we'll continue on the next stream tomorrow with Protect the Hole and try to see where we end up. But yeah, next up we have Light Shot by Toveno, whom I do not know if they are or are not in the chat, but if they are, now's a good time to speak up. Doesn't look like anyone's there at the moment. Okay, Light Shot. Here we go. So yeah, Light Shot by Toveno. No subtext here. That's fine. How does your game fit the theme? Light being the single source of everything. Singularity. Yeah, there you go. Okay, get it. I'm getting it. Let's check out the game page before we jump into the download itself. Light Shot. The web version has been deleted. Too many issues. Yes, I mentioned this before. Web builds tend to be a little bit more buggier than download builds, and this is really smart decision here by taking down the buggier version, so that way your ratings don't get too tainted by players' experiences with the worst version. Especially when you have a better version available, let them play the better version, in my opinion. A Doom-like proof of concept for the Interstellar Game Jam 9. WSD movement, left shift is run, E if you have 100% light, you can +1 health. Okay. Light is your main source of energy. You need light to shoot the enemies and heal. Trees, they give you maximum health and light. Okay. Orbs, scattered around the level and dropped by enemies. Small orb gives you 25, and big orbs give you 50. You can't waste light if you are on 75%. A plus 50 will drop another plus 25. What? You can't waste light if you're on 75%. A plus 50 will drop another plus 25. Okay. Hey, Kira. Welcome. Streaming is going pretty well. This is probably going to be my last game for this stream, but we made some progress. I was trying to see if I can get 14 games done per stream, but we only did 8 last stream, and this stream looks like we're doing 9, or something along those lines. So we did from Singularity Lounge to Singularity in the first stream. In this stream, we started with Mr. B is hungry, and are probably gonna end it at Light Shot here. That was what, 7, 8, 9, 10 games. That's 2 more than last stream. Heck yeah. I've also been promoting the post jam game jam, so you might see like some of that. Yes, more people joining, more entries being submitted, letting people know based off all the feedback and everything I'm giving them, an opportunity for them to showcase, the updates to their game and stuff. So it's been nice to kind of link the two together. But let me boot up this game real quick. It's a light shot. Okay, there we go. It should pop up. Let's make sure it's not massive. It's massive. Sorry. Fixing. There we go. All right. We got some. Oh, uh-oh. Light shot, proof of concept, play settings, quit. How to play, we read that already. Thanks to Videro Boy on Open Game Art for the bass mesh and sprites, mix hit, UHD, my dear friend who helped me in a lot of engine related matter and also being there for guidance on the game in general. Shout out to UHD. I think UHD pulled their game from the jam because they were unhappy with their game. So we didn't get a chance to play it, unfortunately. But we'll get a chance to play this game instead. Let's check the settings first before we jump into the game. We got full screen, of course, VSync, I guess. Music, that's SFX volume. We put it like right here. Music, we'll put it like right here. And then back. Let's check it out. This is pretty bright for a game, not gonna lie. I think maybe you could make the whites a little, use it more sparingly, or dim the brightness. That's the tree. Oh, whoa, what the heck? All right, we got 3 options: left, right, middle. Let's go left first. Oh, whoa, that was fast. What the heck? Go, go. Get some Orbos. How am I dying? I do like the finger gun. Yeah, finger guns are pretty cool, but I'm dying pretty quickly. Let's keep it moving, keep it moving. We're getting some kills, we're getting some kills. Okay, come on, come on, come on. Gotcha. Okay. What's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Key 1 obtained. Alright, we got 3 keys, or 2 keys to go. Looks like what we have, like, that's our health in the bottom. We got 3 hits and we're done. Oh, this is the final door, okay. Oh, oh. Come on, come on. Gotcha. Alright, get the tree just for funsies. We got both keys. We go to the boss fight arena, looks like. Okay. You can access this area again without picking up the two keys. Just stand near the door and press F. Cool. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. I just gotta survive. Oh. Well, at any point I could have done that. You just you just hide that information behind the keys. Interesting. Okay, those things just hurt for no reason. I think the best strat is just to kind of just go straight to the edge, dodge what I can. Hopefully, people will kind of funnel into a line. Oh, ouch. Oh, ouch. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to go to the edge, shoot some people, and go to the other, like just go opposite. Ouch, jerk. Come on. I don't like how I only have 4 shots. I feel like I should have more than that. 4 shots is nothing. Also, I don't even know when I'm shooting. Dang it. Try staying next to the tree. That's what I'm thinking, but all the orbs just go from the outside to the middle, so it's like I'm almost guaranteed to get hit if I stay in the middle. Like right there. Whoop, whoop, whoop. And right there. See, look, the so I feel like there's a lack of feedback from the game letting me know when I shoot, when I make impact. I think there is feedback when I hit somebody, but when I get hit and when I just shoot and miss, there's like a lack of feedback there. Like look at that, like that was crazy fast how quick I go down. No, I had it. Oh, I had it. I had it. It seemed like that was the strat. Oh, yeah. See what I mean? It's like once I get into the middle, there's so many orbs flying from every direction. It's so hard to figure out which way to stay safe, you know? No. I wonder if I could just turn around and go back to the way I came. Oh no, there's an invisible wall. No. Why would you put an invisible wall? If you have the technology to put an invisible wall, it means you have the technology to put a physical wall. Might as well at that point, you know? Yep. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh, make it to the tree. Make it to the tree. We got our health back. Get the ammo back. Whoa, 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 whoa. Come on, hit him. There we go. Got him. No. I'm hit. I'm hit. I'm hit. I'm hit. One more hit and I'm dead. One more hit and I'm dead. Three more hits and I'm dead. No, two more hits and I'm dead. Oh, gotcha. No. Did we win? Wait. I think we made it. Hope you enjoyed my submission for the jam. Selfie with my twin. Heck yeah, it's Shrek. Shrek, yeah. Oh, we barely survived the time limit. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't even realize how close we were. Oh man. All right. Heck yeah. That was that was a game. That was fast. That was, I mean, I'm glad it was fast, so we don't have to spend too much time trying to beat it. First try. Look at that. First try. Um yeah, that was light shot. I did make some statements earlier about how bright the level was in the beginning, especially. Um, that was crazy. I think having more feedback for the player, like whenever the player gets hit, there should be like some sort of sound effect, some sort of visual effect, maybe like a small flash to let them know that they've been hit, and maybe a little screen shake as well. There was a lack of that, so I didn't know when I got hit. You know. Um, I was dying pretty quickly in the first few runs of that third level. So I say like maybe having like some iframes so that when the player gets hit by something, they don't get hit by other things immediately afterwards and get taken out. Um, Having some more audio cues to let me know like when I've spent the shot. Um, Having only four shots seems very limiting, but I guess like certain enemies take only one shot to get killed. Some of them take two shots to get killed. But when I miss a shot, first off, I don't know when a shot of mine hit or when a shot of mine missed. There was like some minor audio cue when I did make a hit, but it wasn't enough, especially in the last level when there's so much happening for me to really grasp that I did something good, or if an enemy that I shot took damage. Like some of them I shot multiple times because I was missing my shots and I didn't know I was missing. So like having something like that with like feedback wise, I think could go a long way. Um, Footstep sound effects. I know I mentioned that in like almost every game that lacks it, but I think that would be huge just to kind of add a little bit more to like the audio flair. Um, there's like those ranged attacks too. So I think like having those ranged attacks have a sound coming out of them when they whiz past you or whatever, so like again if it misses you and if it hits you, it should have like that screen shake, special sound effect. Maybe your guy goes ugh, as well as the poof from the hit. Like adding a little bit of both. Um, what else? What else? What else? The level design as well. The two keys is pretty straightforward. Like go one side, do this one mission, you get a key. Do this other side, do this other mission, get a key. But both of those areas were completely identical from what I've seen. It's just do the same thing twice, and then you can go down the middle and then do that last arena. Um, I think yeah, by having a more linear level design could help out a lot with like the pacing, and also if you made like there in order to get to the arena, sure there could be like some sort of hub area between those two zones, but maybe going to room number one gives you a key that you can unlock room number two with, and then once you get that key, you could go to room number three, which is that arena. Having a more linear experience allows you to craft that experience a bit more, a bit better. So in terms of like level design, having those two side areas be completely distinct from each other, so the player is doing something unique in both those areas instead of the same exact thing, would go a long way. Also, a little bit of verticality in the level too. I know this is there's no jump button or anything, but adding a jump button, adding some vertical elements so the player can hide behind cover, jump over certain enemies and do some cool stuff like that, I think could be a pretty cool aspect of the game as well. Um, in that arena level, there was, excuse me, in that arena level, there was that invisible barrier out, on the outer edge of the level. So I think either making it a physical barrier, so the player for sure knows that hey, this is a wall, or just letting the player fall off the edge and that being a lose condition could be another thing too. If they're not paying attention and they're backing up off the edge, they could potentially lose and have to reset. You know. Um, for the last area, I'd also say too, like surviving for 1 minute seems a bit lackluster, especially after introducing us to like in order to win the other two rooms, you have to defeat every enemy and get the key. Although I'm not too sure if you had to defeat all the enemies. You probably could just run past them, get the key, and leave. But something tells me you have to defeat them in order to escape the room or something. So, or get to the key, especially since there were invisible, that invisible wall in the third arena. Something tells me that there would probably have been invisible walls in the first and second arena as well. But yeah, having a linear experience, instead of like walking into an area and then it's spawning enemies, maybe some of the enemies are already spawned in. So when you walk into an area, you can kind of see them there already, and then each environment could play out differently. And once you kind of either clear out the enemies or find the key in the room by exploring and trying to run through it fast enough by avoiding everybody, you kind of add multiple ways for the players to engage with the game too. You can have them, try to play stealthy, try to play fast, try to play aggressive, try to play defensive, and all that comes from the way you design your levels. And if you just have them just each arena is an empty room essentially, which is what it was. Um, there's not much room for the player to have that much of a dynamic experience. That being said, I love the finger guns. That was really cool. I did like the varying enemies. The melee and ranged. It's really nice to have both those types of enemies. There are a lot of games that just have melee and that's it, and so it does take away from the experience when you just have one type of enemy. So by having that variety, that does help out a lot. Even if that variety is just two, two is way better than one. If anything, is double the amount of content of just one. So that's huge. Um, but for that final arena, I think yeah, just surviving for 1 minute. I don't think that was enough. I kind of wanted to challenge myself to see if I can eliminate every single enemy because the ranged enemies were the biggest threat. Like those orbs were coming in from across the map and doing damage. That's what I was saying. Like part of the iframes would be very very helpful. But those ranged attacks were coming from across the map, doing damage. Having the tree in the middle is perfectly fine, especially if being in the middle really puts you at risk from all those ranged attacks kind of hitting you at once. having those iframes would be handy for sure, but uh, it would still work the same way with the middle. While it is the healing point and the ammo point for you, you can't just camp there. You'll be getting hit by orbs from all sides, so you have to run from the middle to the outer edge. I did like that element of it, but having verticality will go a very long way. At even a simple jump button wouldn't add too much, but having floors that are below you, stairs that go above, having like catwalks, you know, and larger environments like that, would be really really cool. Um, but I like the aesthetic of this game a lot. Like the art isn't too much, except for like the finger gun itself and some of the enemies. But the aesthetic of it just being two different colors, like you made those two colors like go a long way, and that's really hard for some people to do. And I have experience working with only using two colors in the game, and this was a really good example of how you spaced out the colors with like a pseudo dithering effect with the floor and stuff. It's not exactly dithering, but it kind of is, um but yeah, it worked out really well. The vibe was super chill, and I did enjoy getting to the end. I just wish there was more like substance with the level design, I guess. And I'm very picky when it comes to level design. I'm a level designer, but it's also a lesson to be had for any game jam that you enter. There is a huge portion of it where you're working on the mechanics and you're working on the game's design and you're working on the art, and even some of the audio might take some time too. But level design is usually like the last thing that brings it all together, And it's a very, very important part of the game development experience because if the level design is done poorly, then the mechanics don't get their time to stand out, the art doesn't get its time to stand out, and that kind of stuff. In this case, the art was pretty straightforward, just like black and white. I did appreciate that, but um, it could have been elevated a lot more with an improved level design, especially with like a linear experience. You could have saved that arena area for like the very like at the very tail end of like this like linear like let's just say hallway. Let's just say you just went down a long hallway, and down this hallway are a couple of rooms that you may or may not need to clear out enemies. That makes for a lot better of a progression rather than these two identical arenas where there's nothing like it's just like a flat empty room, for example. Like adding cover, even if it's pillars, like just like pillars and stuff like that. Like that's huge, because that means that uh, it gets in your way, it gets in the enemy's way, it gets in your bullets way. Like when you're shooting, enemies could be hiding behind them, whether they know it or not. And then the enemy's ranged attacks would also get blocked by it as well, so you could use that as cover. So something as simple as that could be utilized, in a great deal for a game like this, especially since you only have 3 hit points and 4 bullets. Doing something like that could really like help make the arenas more feel more dynamic. But yeah, no, like I said, I keep saying the finger gun is fucking hilarious. I fucking love that. But yeah, I think that's about all I have to say for this game. Yeah, but that was a light shot by Toveno. It's got a pretty good amount of ratings. Definitely check it out. It's a pretty short game, all things considered, but definitely check it out. See you, Kira. Thanks for joining us. Hope you have a good night. Um, but yeah, I'm probably call it around there as well. And before I do, like if you are watching this on demand, like VOD or whatever, or you happen to be in the chat and are just staying quiet, check out the Post Jam Productions Post Jam Game Jam. So if you want to continue working on this and making some improvements, maybe adding some of those like level design improvements and adding some more sound effects and stuff, this would be a good place for you to get some more feedback on your updates and stuff. But yeah, with that, I'm probably going to call the stream there. We did what, 10 games? 7, 8, 9, 10 games? Yeah. Better than last stream where we only did 8 games. We're 2 up. Uh Next stream we're going to start off with Protect the Whole. That's going to be starting at around noon Eastern Standard Time. And then who knows how far we're going to get. Hopefully we get to like here-ish or something, but I'm going to be doing, it looks like, a 4th stream on Sunday before submissions close at the end of day Sunday. If you haven't tried out these games for yourself yet, the link is in the description for all these games. You can see the Interstellar Game Jam 9 entries. You'll be able to find all the entries there. And after the final stream, I'll go around and rate the games myself. But for now, I'm not going to rate anything on stream or rate anything between streams because I don't want to accidentally influence anybody's decisions. I want you to come up with your own rating system, or the rating system's place. I want you to come up with your own ratings. I don't want to, have a bunch of people just copy exactly what I do. Form your own opinion. But yeah, I hope you all had a good time hanging out with me on the stream or checking out the VOD. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Check out the Patreon as well. Should be a link for that in the description. And if you're just popping in randomly, check out the Discord. Most likely you're in it already, but if you're not, join it. We're becoming more and more active. We already have like nearly 900 members in there, so it's getting pretty big. Once we hit 1,000, I don't know what's going to happen, honestly, but I want to see if we can get more people to subscribe to the channel as well too. I will catch you all in the next stream tomorrow at noon. Till then, I hope you all have a good night, morning, time of day, whatever, and I'll see you then. Bye.